Oh, I didn't see you there. How you doing? It is Friday, February 20th, and I was just enjoying some horrifically eye-searing entertainment, a novelty of past eras. You know, the Virtual Boy. Mine arrived this week. We'll talk about that as, that's not important right now. Hey, what is this? This is Paper Mario Randomizer. That's what we're doing tonight. I'll probably talk a little bit about the Virtual Boy, but that'll be an incidental thing as it goes. Basically, this is Paper Mario Randomizer. Galactic Pinball in there. I'm just gonna put that aside. I'm just going to put it on its side, and we're not going to worry about that. How you doing? It is Friday, and this is another randomizer that we're doing on Friday. Now, let me start by talking about Paper Mario Randomizer, which I will say is my favorite randomizer. It's the one I started with, the first randomizer I ever did, and as a result, it's also the one I've played the most times, both off-stream and on-stream, I think. I don't know how many times I played it on stream, but it's been a while since the last time I played it on stream. Probably like over a year. And, well, hell, I wanted to play it on stream again for the first time in ages. And that's what this stream is, me playing it on stream, going through a full seed. And by a full seed, I mean what it says right there, 7 star spirits. Additionally, sanity-wise, shop sanity. All the shops are in play. Coin sanity. All the coins are randomized. Panel sanity. All the panels are randomized. Key sanity. All the keys could be anywhere. All the right sanities basically are in play as well. Additionally, what is that in the right here? That's a weird thing. Is that my remote? That is my remote. Okay, whatever. I got distracted there. So those are the basic sanities that are in play. The basic additional places that checks can be. So there's a lot of them. But I've done this randomizer multiple times, and also this time I will actually be tracking it. You see, I'll say for what it's worth, with Paper Mario Randomizer, it was my first randomizer. And I never really actually used the map tracker extensively when I first got into Paper Mario Randomizer, because I didn't know that you probably should just use that your first time, and you know, before I really got the hang of randomizers and learned that, like, oh, you should always have a map in front of you. When I got the hang of that, I had already done Paper Mario Randomizer well enough that I knew it 90%. 99%, and it's only was cases where they changed what was in logic and what trees and bushes counted that really threw me for a loop, so, you know, it wasn't really a big problem to continue just doing it by my old noggin and doing it from memory and all that, and figuring it out intuitively where I can and can't go, but for this time, I actually am using a map tracker, and like in the previous randomizer streams this month, I can show y'all that that tracker and let y'all in on where we can and can't go. I'm just realizing this is cropping off a little bit of the top. There we go. That's right. That's better. So I'll be able to show y'all the tracker, and you know, I'll zoom around and go like, okay, here's good, there's good. Okay, we can't go there yet. And we'll use this to sort of figure out, like, where best we can go. Why are those... Oh, because we can get some stuff, but not everything. Okay. We can use this to find our way around and realize where we can and can't go. And, well, whenever I'm trying to decide where to go, I might pull it up and show y'all what's what and, how to do. Additionally, I'll say, for what it's worth, setup-wise, I am starting with max stats, because that is convenient and means I don't have to worry about grinding or levels or anything. And also with power pluses and bump attack that make things nice and simple and make me basically a god. Also, given that panel sanity is in play, I am starting with super boots so that I do not ever have to backtrack to get the panels. You see, the thing about the panels is they're basically everywhere. So if we ended up getting super boots like halfway through, we would have to revisit everywhere we went, literally up to that point, which you don't really want. That's a bit much, honestly. I think that's a bit much, and I think it's the right choice to not start with them, therefore, to mitigate that. Meanwhile, we will not be starting with the hammer. We do have the ultra ball thing that lets you level up your dudes to max level. Other than that, you know, we don't have much. A bit of money, the levels and all that. That's it though. That about sums up the setup. That about sums up everything. Expectation-wise, I would say that this randomizer, the past times I've done it, with 7-star spirit-wise, has taken around 5 to 7 hours, and that would be my estimate. It really depends on how lucky we get, and how correct our decisions are in navigating the world, but this is a randomizer I've done a bunch of times. The setup is nothing unusual. It's pretty much a known quantity to me, and I'm just looking forward to a nice, relaxing, enjoyable night where, you know, I'll at some point here. Ooh, Jesus. At some point here, I'll talk about the old Virtual Boy, the new Virtual Boy, as well as a number of layoffs and studio closures and other such distressing real-world news. Especially video game news for some reason today. Go figure. A bunch of stuff happened today. It's kind of a big news day. February 20th today. I will also note, before we begin, this stream is part of a whole month of randomizers. We've already done Skyward Sword, Metroid Fusion, Mario and Luigi, Minish Cap, and Banjo-Tooie. And yet to come are Link to the Past plus Super Metroid Combo Randomizer and DK64 as the finale in a week's time to this whole big randomizer month proceeding. I will say, as the image states, every hour spent here adds up to more time or more gold bananas required for DK64 rando. And I will note that the totals now, we are at just about 41 hours, so 41 GBs for sure. And like, we'll see how much we add tonight and how much Link to the Past plus Super Metroid adds. By the way, for Super Metroid plus Link to the Past, I have decided it will be 3 crystals and 3 Super Metroid bosses. That'll be the configuration there. Look forward to that on Sunday. So at the end, after I give final thoughts on how I feel that went, which honestly, I've done this enough times where I basically know the final thoughts are I really like it, and I really have a good time with these settings, running around, hitting all the checks, etc. I guess I can give impressions like what it was like using a tracker versus just, seat of pants and all that. But we'll add the time to the running total, and we'll see where that is at the end of the stream. How does that sound? Does that sound good? Are you ready? Hello, 06i. Let me hit some buttons here on my side, make sure everything is nice and good. Yep, tracker is working. Tracker is working. Timer is ready. I am ready. I'm a little bit sniffly. I figure it's somewhere between allergies and a lingering... I think I still might be a little tiny bit sick. Or it's just allergy season, and that's just what allergy season is like. On and off sniffliness. And other such feelings. Alright, are we ready to go? I think we're ready to go. So with that, let's just go ahead and let's get this going. I can write in an actual name. I will. Okay. All right, Mario. I oftentimes here just write like the date if I'm doing it like a live style, or you know, for like an actual Paper Mario, so I know like when the last time I did it. I played the original Paper Mario a lot, to the point where, you know, I would use all 4 files over the course of, you know, the years of Virtual Console, the years of the Classics Collection, N64 Online. It's a game I played so many times, even randomizer aside. You never got past Flower Fields in this game? Oh, you should. It's not that, well, I don't know how difficult it is to a newcomer, but, I believe you can do it, 06i. It's a good game. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. I am getting ready to hit the button. Let's get this going. Timer started. We are Luigi, apparently. That's nice. And we're starting with sushi. Alright. Now then, I will say that, the first and most obvious thing we can do here is check the shop. We can also get our badges equipped, like I said up top. We're starting with all the power pluses and bump attack, which is going to make things nice and simple. The shop is empty. There is a star piece in a ground pound panel, which again I'll say we are starting with the ground pound so that we can open these, and we will never have to backtrack for them. Excellent, lovely. I do believe we can go over here and get this power up, and we can also get the thing on the not the island. I suppose we should start by upgrading sushi, considering that we have sushi. So we'll start by upgrading sushi. Okay. So like I'm saying, as I'm going through, I'm going to be keeping track of the tracker and marking off everything that I get as I get it. I can show you all the tracker on occasions where it would make sense to. Oh, I will say, by the way, we have an open prologue. We have an open open prologue, open whale, open, the blue house is open. And, blue house, whale, forest is open. 4 things that, start open, without any sort of restriction on getting into them. So with that in mind, whereabouts can we go? Whereabouts should we go? Let me use the tracker here, and let's actually take a look. So, to start off, there's a bunch of stuff we can do in town, so honestly, maybe it would make sense to go check the shop, check the bulb orb, inside the blue house, all that. Various panels all around, going up this way. Yeah, I feel like it's just a good idea to start with Toad Town, and maybe even dip into Toad Town tunnels. There's the Boo Mansion shortcut. We can get to that right away, and I guess with the ability to ground pound and also the fish, we can get to the shortcut bridge and do all that. Hell, we could get into Shiver region, and those are just a bunch of quick checks right there. There's the shop, and like a bunch of stuff there. That sounds like a good idea to me. Oh, also we'll check Ripto down in the sewers. Prologue is also open. There's just a couple things that way. That doesn't seem quite as lucrative as other options, but we can at least check the first 2 rooms. Let's do Prologue real fast, then do Toad Town, and then Yeah, I'm liking the sound of that, and then we'll make our way into the sewers, and via the sewers. Oh right, I don't have the ability to do that because I don't have the thing. Don't have the hammer yet. Ah! There are letters. There are items that explode. Keep that in mind. There's decoy trap items, and you know. All right, there's a breakable block and a star piece thing. Can I get the breakable block now? Oh, I could probably break it with my ground pound. It is ice power. That's a good badge. We do have the option to go to whatchamacallit pretty early. Oh, by the way, in the randomizer, they make all the panels very visible, which makes them much easier to get, which I like a lot. There's some good quality of life in this here rando, let me say. I can't get any of the trees, but I can get a couple more things here. Wait, is that one of them? No, that's like an enemy, right? There's an item block, there's a sign, and there's some stuff right before Koopa Village. Ooh, a membership? Oh! That's nothing. There's a block. To there. And get these coin blocks as well. I should try to avoid enemies as much as I can. You know, at the very, we won't have to fight them or nothing, but it is slower to... Oh, I can't go no further because of the block. That's why we can't do prologue right now. Gotcha, okay. That's why I was trying to remember what the deal is with that. Just looking at the tracker, but no hammer, no prologue. No full prologue there. Okay, here in Toad Town, what are we checking? First and easiest thing, I'm going to go up there and go check all these things, all these ground pound panels, as well as the item up here. And by the way, if we were doing a less than 7 star spirits, ooh, the item. Nice, Waterstone. That is a good get. Where the hell is the Waterstone? There's, trying to find it. I guess they moved it out of, like, it's not a progression. It is... item turn-ins, I guess? There we go, there's where it is, on my track. It's on a different position than on my, my side. Though on the, y'all side, it's where it always has been. Ooh, hey. That's a good one as well. It's, slightly moved around for me, but normal for y'all. Don't worry about it, is the, long and short. Okay, we got both of those, and now up to the summits. And, by the way, we'll do some cards. We'll do some, talk about some stuff. Like I said, there's kind of a lot. I feel like a lot has happened in the last 2 days that really, merits discussion. And, even before that, with, I'll say, like, straight up, let's start talking about stuff real fast and just say, like, hey, yeah, I played the Virtual Boys Classics collection. That's right, this, the Virtual Boy, finally arrived for me on Monday. I guess it was Monday night, I don't know. It arrived, and then Tuesday, the, Virtual Boy Online Classics collection appeared, and, well, what can I say? I tried out all the, I think there's like 7 of the Virtual Boy games that are up right now, which, by the way, is not all of them. That's kind of weird, first off, to be clear. That's kind of weird that they're not all there. And, what can I say? I will say, it's not good. None of them are good. They're not great games. The best of them is probably like, Wario Land or maybe Galactic Pinball. Wario Land, though, kind of feels just like a... Even Wario Land is just like, okay, this is sort of like a mediocre Wario Land, huh? I don't know if I'm terribly impressed with this whole thing right here. You know, it's kind of not great. Did I get the panel? The panel, was that up here? Did I already where was that? Where is that? I don't think I did. Just trying to find the panel here. It is visible, so I should be able to see it, but oh, there it is. Item expansion is what that means. Lovely. So, yeah, so I got the Virtual Boy, I tried it out. Suffice to say, the Virtual Boy, it's more clear than ever trying it out now in the virtual format that, like, yeah, this thing was, by and large a mistake. Make no mistake. Like, I am not happy with it. I am not enjoying my time. It really, honestly, the big takeaway is, like, this is an uncomfortable thing to use. It is kind of heavy, and also, like, if you stand it on a table, it is, like, entirely the wrong height. You know, like, personally speaking, I had to just, like, really hunch in real, annoyingly deep. Real annoyingly deep there. Which, suffice to say, is annoying that I had to do it that way. Gameplay, like, I didn't intend there to be black bars, but I guess, maybe different N64 games have different borders. Whatever, not going to worry about it. It's fine. Let's finish off Toad Town before we go. Actually, no, wait. We can't get into the rest of sewers this way, so we might as well just go down and talk to this dude. Right. And get dictionary! By the way, in my settings, I made it so that all of these items could be in logic. So I need to buy all of them, not just some of them. I need to just buy until he's out. And I think that's fun. It's fun to have a bunch of checks right up front. You know, there could be something really good, and that's really satisfying and rewarding to get really fast in the randomizer, in the thing. He didn't have anything this time, but sometimes he does. Anyway, yeah, I tried a little bit to a good amount of each of the 7 games, and yeah, man, it's an uncomfortable piece of junk. It is awkward to play, generally speaking. You know, I kind of, like, you know, tried it at a desk, tried it just like, okay, just holding it up, sort of supporting its weight on my chest. That's uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable. I tried, like, laying back in bed. And also the thing is, it needs to be, like, really dead on for the... Oh, it's Koopa! Oh, that's huge. That's really big, right there. A red key isn't bad either. Red key is pretty good as well. Let's go. All right, first couple quality checks of the run, I would say. Also, apparently, now we can get... Oh, we got the dictionary, so we can turn it into Rusty before leaving town. Interesting. What do you got for me? A lemon. Okay. Let's turn in that crap to Rusty, and then let's go to Ice Town. Yeah. Ultra Shroom. Okay. Can't be everything. Okay, let's go down into the tunnels, and we'll go to Bridge, and also to the hidden blocks near the shortcut to chapter 3. And yeah. We go in through these sewers here. Hell yeah, let's go. So, yeah, it's not great. And if you're wondering if I would recommend the Virtual Boy, I can't really. Never mind the fact that not all the games are out, and, you know, if there is, like, a real hit, you know, if any of the remaining games are good, I really can't say. It's possible, but, like, I doubt it. Even ignoring that, I would say that, like, yeah, no, it's uncomfortable. It doesn't, it's hard sometimes to see the 3D because of the way that it's hard to get the right angle to make it work. It's not a great product, and, you know, clearly, it's clear to me that it, low-key never was. It never was a great product. Do I have buyer's remorse, you might be wondering. I did see some people when I was, talking about it on a Discord channel or two saying, like, yeah, you got some serious buyer's remorse there. No! I actually think it's interesting to own a piece of history, and honestly, really, practically, I was never expecting it to be good. Let's be real here. I've had hands-on with a I've had hands-on with a with one of these devices before. I've seen them in museums, like I forget if the Nintendo Museum had one on display. I feel like it probably did, but I did at least see one in, I think I tried one out in the local, Irving Video Game Museum History. Video Game Museum, National Video Game Museum, here in DFW in Texas. I've been to that, and, I think they had one at the time. And the other thing I would note is that I did see one at Super Potato in Japan the couple of times I've been to Super Potato, the couple of times I've been to Japan. And, you know, every time I looked through those lenses, I walked away going like, ooh, that's, kind of, what? And, you know, yeah, this experience that I had today is very, is very weird and off-putting, and I wouldn't recommend it. Whale was already open, so we already had access to that, but now we have a more convenient way to get in on that. Very nice. Ugh. Need to get the dodging spirits. Ruined key! These will be a bunch of checks right here. Each of these blocks might have something good, or whatever. A letter is good. We need 3 of those to cash in. I do not have any of the major side quests in Logic. I just don't care about well, since I've been always using my memory to get through. Wait, that's okay. I feel like that had multiple checks for multiple different boxes there, but whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. At this point, we don't have the next. Oh right, we do have Cooper. I can upgrade Cooper. We can always upgrade someone we don't have, failing the obvious. Nice. By the way, the Mario color and all the colors of all the NPCs and whatever, it's random, and I think that's fun. What can we do here in Shiver region? We can check the lake item. We can check the shop, and we can sleep at the inn. And we can also get 2 items in the room to the left. So shop is the biggest thing. Let's see what we got. Cake mix is good. Cake mix, once we have the ability to cook, will let us get cake. Wish there was a way on the tracker to track cake mix. Is there now? That would be great if they added it. Actually, come to think of it, I don't see a way to track... did they take the... Oh, wait, no, here it is. Logic-only items. Well, there actually is a way to track cake mix now. Wonderful. It is in my items slot, so I have to... Is it? Maybe it's key. No, it's in there. So I do have to, like, keep it on hand until such time as I need to use it. I don't have cake, right? If I have cake, then that's, the cake mix is right out. No, okay. Okay, we check the shop. Let's sleep at the inn. Get the, We can at least see the item. I guess with sushi and ground pound, that's all we need to get that item. Excellent. Nothing. Alright. Sleep at inn, check that off. Let's see if the item here is any good. It's a key! Okay. I guess I need to start the murder side quest to, to get him to fuck off. Okay, I'll go left and start the murder side quest first. You never know. Honestly, sometimes I never know with the randomizer whether something will be, like, set up ahead of time, you know, pre-done in a state where I can just do it. Or if I have to, like, go talk to an NPC or something. Usually, in a lot of cases here, a lot of that stuff is skipped over, but, and made more efficient. And, like, if you have the warehouse key now in the randomizer, you don't have to trigger the thing. You just have to go talk to Hemingway and, you know, bring him in, and he'll, you know, advance the story and all that, and make it so that you can exit town. Which is nice and good, but, not exactly what, the case is here. Where's that, panel? I don't see the panel anywhere. Am I blind? Am I, oh, there it is. It just kind of blends in. Oh! That's a major item. That's Boo's portrait. Let's go. That is important. That'll let us get deeper into Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is a little bit open right now. We don't have paracarry, so it's not very open, but, it's in the neighborhood of open. If we get paracarry, that would be a good place to go. With Cooper, we can go all the way to, yeah, it's all started. Good, okay. Also, you can see they've taken out a good amount of the cutscenes. It's very nice. It's a very mature randomizer where a lot of quality of life stuff is fully accounted for, etc., etc. I think Chapter 1 is our next, best place to go right now. I'll show you the tracker and, my logic, but, which key is this? I mean, I guess if we can get further into chapter, right here, if this is like the warehouse key, we could, which would be vanilla, by the way, if this is warehouse key. It is warehouse key! That's vanilla! How about that? Let me see, where is that on my, W? It has a W on it. This is vanilla, and we can now go all the way out to, Shivers. We can go out to where the baby guys are, and what's more, we can sleep at the end. Can we sleep at the inn? Or do we need the, Apparently we can't get... Oh, right. We do this thing, and then he gives us an item. Bucket. Or we get a bucket once we go all the way there and back. I guess we need the bucket and the scarf to get the... Sleep at inn? To get the extra items from the inn. You have to, like, turn in the snowman business. Okay. It'd be really cool if once you talk to him, the way forward was just open to the left, to the right. Nope. Okay. We gotta, like, we gotta actually resuscitate the mayor. We have to bring the mayor back to life before we can leave town. That's just how this goes. Nice checks. Nice logic so far. And I don't know. Some good, Things are working out so far. Hello, my guy. He's back to normal now. Maybe he just had to, like, enter this room and he'd be fine. Hemingway seems to have, went back home already. That's good. That's nice. That's lovely. Let's go. Let's go out to, let's go out to the right. We will have to fight... What's his fuck? We'll have to fight this little mini-boss, yeah? Against the Junior Troopa. This is, like, other than the final, boss rush Junior Troopa, this is the only time we'll have to fight Junior Troopa. By the way, it's like a whole thing in this game, usually. You have to fight him a bunch of times. We play our cards right. I should squirt. I should squirt. Things to say out of context. I should squirt. I should use Sushi's move squirt against this guy because that'll do more damage and get the fight done faster. Here I go. I'm squirting. I'm squirting right now. Wonderful. I squirted for 6. I love the squirt for 6. Ooh. Doesn't really make a difference. I'll have to use another... Wait, actually might have... Okay, well, whatever. I will have to... I would have had to have a little extra attack there. But actually, I am taking more damage than I need to. It's fine. I don't mind. So yeah, Virtual Boy, not great. I wouldn't recommend it, and you know, I do appreciate the novelty of it. I do, honestly. I think it is interesting to have, and hammer! Let's go. That's great. That's a great thing to get. I think we chose a great place to get to go first. First place to go. By the way, timestamp-wise, probably just the timestamp at the end. This randomizer starts pretty fast, and you know, it's not like some other randomizers where like, oh, without the hammer, you can't do nothing, or without any specific. You know, I don't think that there's anything like a sword in this. Though, if I had done jumpless, I think that would be you know, you can't start without boots, for instance. It would be worth having a timestamp when we got the boots. You know what, we'll do a time... This is 26 minutes in, apparently. Jeez. How have... Okay. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but I'll take the thing's word for it. We did get all 3 of the things here, right? We got the left tree, we got the right tree, we got the panel. Yes, okay, good. Also, we can get the bucket and, yeah, back in town once we fight this little mini-boss here. Here's an item behind ice, and there's a hidden block right where the, boss is. Yeah, okay. I'll say we now have the hammer, but, and maybe I'll put a timestamp here just because... You know, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of a major milestone in the randomizer, and perhaps really the only one short of go mode. But, honestly, we've been pretty much good to go, and pretty much, we've been going places perfectly fine up to this point, regardless of whether or not we had a hammer. It didn't stop us from doing that much other than seeing prologue and, fighting a squid, maybe. So, yeah, let's continue, and we will continue until such time as we finish the game. Finish the randomizer. Merle has one check for us, and then we can go back to town and get the bucket check. And it's good that I've definitely missed the bucket check before in the past, so it's nice that I now have a tracker showing me just literally what to do and where to check. so that I don't just leave like I have done in the past, just thinking like, oh yeah, I'm done here. No, I gotta go talk to the guy that I already talked to because he has something new for us, basically. That in mind, I'll show y'all what we can do next, just as soon as we go get that check. And it's not that complicated, I think, at this point. There's one clear area where we can do just about everything up to a certain degree, up to a certain point. Well, the prologue, for one. The prologue is now entirely open to us. Let me show you the tracker while I do so. You know, while I... What do you got? What do you got? Hey, that's good. That is something that we can turn in for an additional check. Let's go. I is irritable today. Allergy season and post-LASIK eyes do not mix. I'm, you know, glad I did it earlier. You know, when I did actually now that allergy season has hit and it's, you know, it's like 9 months on and it's still a little bit on the soft side, still a little bit vulnerable to that stuff, I guess. Okay, let me pull up the map tracker, and I'll say there are some checks in town that can open up, like a tree. We can hit a tree right in town and around Merlin's house. But first off, there's a bunch of stuff down Prologue Way, mainly like probably like a good half dozen checks that we can get. Yeah, definitely over a dozen checks. Ooh, including bush coins and tree coins. Oh yeah, like probably 2 dozen checks in Prologue we can get now. So yes, I do believe that is the correct thing to do. But my thought right now is that the best place that we can go as far as chapter-wise goes would just be chapter 1. You can see here on Pleasant Path, we can basically do everything with Cooper and all that, other than we can't get Cooper because we don't have Cooper's shell. But up to the Cooper Bro Fortress, we can do a bunch, and we do have one key. No, we don't. We have a ruins key. We can at least get in the door and get one check at the at Koopa Bros Fortress. I guess isn't there? There's totally some stuff outside the fortress that we can't get. I guess like I should do that thing where I turn on all locations so I can see. Yeah, so there is some stuff that we can't get actually, like Colorado. I guess like if you can turn in the artifact there if he's not the other place where he accepts artifacts. Okay, and we can see that there's a bunch of stuff we can't do pretty much everywhere. Sewers do have some stuff open. There's 2 checks by out with the blooper. I don't think that's a high priority. Anything else that we can do right now? Let's see. We can't get into chapter 2. Chapter 3 is actually pretty decent. We can do the whole forest, and then we can also do a goodly amount of the mansion. We can't do... We don't have Paracarry, so we can't get the bookshelf item, but we can get everything else down in that vicinity, except for the stuff over here, I guess, which is why can't we get to that room, the Super Boots room? Bomb? Maybe we need Bombette for that. Probably need Bombette. That's probably it. Or like the weight. Probably like the weight or something. Right, if we can get down to the basement, but without the Bombette, we can't get to the other part of the basement. Okay, gotcha. Well, Boo's Mansion is pretty good, and we can get into Gusty Gulch and get some stuff there. Up until we need, this is actually like 5 checks in this outside village room, so that would be a good one to go. I think that's our second priority, and also, like, our only priority. We can actually do a bunch at Lava Island as well. Like, actually a whole lot, actually, in Lava Island. Yeah, okay. That's where we're at. That's priorities. Let's go prologue style and take care of all that stuff. And you know, if we get any particular items that make any particular area more enticing and more of the moment, we will prioritize. I wonder if like adding all this time where, you know, maybe previously I'd be moving around as I was moving and thinking, versus like having the tracker open so that y'all can see it and doing my thought process that way. I wonder if that's like a loss in efficiency there that will meaningfully affect the length, the amount of time that this rando takes me. I don't know, but let's not worry about it, you know? Hey, it's all in good fun, and you know, like I could collect a few more golden bananas in DK64 again. This randomizer contributes to the time spent on this randomizer, and to every hour of. Remember, this is part of Randomizer Month, and every hour spent on these randomizers means an extra golden banana in DK64 next week. Thank you for the good luck, Mr. Zebra76. I appreciate it. Spike Shield is pretty damn good. Let me look at my badges real fast. Spike Shield, Ice Power, definitely want those. I do not want that. I like maxing out my thing. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I think we've gotten some pretty good, we've gotten some pretty good checks. We've found some nice stuff. Things have been going well. Slow go badge. She doesn't have anything, right? Yes. So that's Goompa, the balcony item, the Goomnut tree. And where's Goombario? Goombario's right there. Do you want to come with us? No, he just wants to give us a stone cap. Okay. Suit yourself, Goombario. How many seeds of this have you done? Oh, a lot. I'll say, you know, this, I've said before, it's my favorite randomizer. I've probably done like 2 dozen seeds over the last 4 years or so. You know, not as many on stream. Some of them just like, you know, I have a Sunday afternoon where I don't know what to play, and I'm kind of bored, and I just decide to do a random seed, you know. That's fun. I'd recommend that. I'll say I think that's a fun way to do. Let me make sure that we're, there's the tree, and here's the star piece here. I'm making sure that I'm using a tracker for the first time, or rather, using a map tracker for the first time. Previously, I just, sort of, you know, freeballed it, and, you know, since I did that, since forever, I, pretty decent in it, but it does mean that, in cases where, like, stuff has changed and gotten updated, like the, bush items and stuff, I've gotten blindsided a few times, and as a result, more recently started leaving those out. But, now that I'm using a tracker, might as well include them, so all those are in logic and all that, and I think that is nice. I think it is nice. Bob! Toy train, that's great! That's a quality get right there. Well, I mean, we don't have the ghost, we don't have Bow yet, so we can't get into Toy Box, but, wow, that's good. Did we get the panel? Where's the panel at? I think we... There it is, okay. And we didn't, so that's good to, no. Block on ground. Yeah, we got that one. And we got the spring coins, and... we didn't get, 2 things back in the village, so that's a little bit of a mistake there. Whatever. How many... We got a nice big old coin there. Nice. Okay, so let's see now. Right tree. and this tree have something. Okay, I think we got all the trees. Now we just have to check all the bushes. I don't need that. Letter. Did we get... I think we might have 3 letters already. I'm just gonna mark it. Do we? Do we? Let me check that real fast. Here... Yeah, we got 3 letters. We're good. Okay, perfect. Ooh, artifact. That's nice. Pretty good badge. I'll say badge-wise, my favorite badge to get is the down jump. That is the damage-piercing jump. I would say that that's a quality badge to get, and definitely one that I'm always low-key looking for. We can do this battle real fast. It's fine. Okay, Tip Tup, you can have an extra battle. I should have done these things in the right order, but if it's any consolation, you take 1 attack with the amount of power pluses that I have, that I have, and other stuff. I love me my power pluses. I will say I did start myself with power pluses. That's because I love them. I love power pluses so much. It feels good to start with them. It's just true. It just makes me feel good, and I hope you all don't mind. I'll say the thing about any randomizer is you can really just like customize it to make it whatever you please and whatever you want it to be. And well, this is what I please, and this is what I want it to be. A real fast-paced game where I am super powerful, like a god, or a very powerful Mario. Did I do the bush already? I don't see any other bushes that could have the bush coin. I must have already done it. Okay. I think we're good. We got the bush coin. I would see a glowing bush if there was one. It would have a little sparkle on it. I think we're good prologue-wise. Thinking, have we gotten anything that changes the decision insofar as where we go first? No, I think Pleasant Path is still the way forward. Is still the next thing on the agenda. Is there anything we can turn in here in town? No. Okay, let's go. Pleasant Path ho, let's go. I'm gonna pay off the guy on Pleasant Path rather than fighting him. That, you know, when I played the game casually, I'm always fighting him every time, but, I feel like it's just more expedient to pay him off here in the, randomizer. Well, I like a life shroom. That's always a good, contingency. There's 3 blocks here in this room. I will get all of them right fast. Okay, those are all done. This room has 3 as well. There's a lemon. I'll say I do have bump attack, so I can, you know, just like dispatch any foe real quick, but I'll try to avoid as many fights as I can. There's the island star piece. As many of those, it is a little faster not to do that. Not to dispatch them. Okay, that's nothing. And behind the fence is nothing as well. Lovely. Here, there's, item behind this. What is that? Frying pan! Okay, great. Now we can get the cake. We can get cake squared away now. I'm going to go to the, this direction before I go, okay, that's nothing. Don't need to worry about that. Before I go into town. Well, maybe I should go into town now. You know, I was kind of going this direction just because it has, like, this whole square of, like, 5 checks, but, now that I see that it's bunk, I should probably take care of town real quick now. Got the... Let's see. Item behind the pole. brick block puzzle. Let me get that. I always forget what the combination here is. It's like middle, left, right. No. Also, apparently there's a star piece panel here. Left, right, middle. Middle, right, left. Something where it's not just it's something where the middle is either the first or the last. I forget. Middle, left, right. Forgetful. No, I guess it's right, left, middle. Which one did I do first? I forget. Right, left, middle. Left, right, middle. Left, right, middle. It's zap tap. Zap tap's pretty good. I like to get that. Let's go ahead and get the zap tap. And did it go? I didn't hear a. Okay, whatever. Okay, where's that star piece real fast? Look for that damn panel. It's been a while since I did panel sanity. So, it's been a while since I actually had to get the panels. So, realizing they're harder to spot sometimes than I imagined typically, you know, because I see them all the time and go like, oh, they're so obvious. But there's apparently a lot that I've just walked past countless times, apparently. Okay, here there's a bunch of stuff here. Tons of stuff. All these bush coins, man. They add just... Oh! That's a key item. That's great. That lets us get into, you know, the ruins. That's, wonderful good. I love to see that. A lot of stuff here. Bushes, things of that nature. Far left bush, bottom bush, bush right of tree, second from right bush. I think we got all the bushes. I think that was, oh, hang on, one more. Snowman. We got all the bushes. Let's check the shop. And, apparently there is a oh! That's huge, too. That's what? That's major. We love to see any partner at any time. Those are the biggest things that we can find, you know? Biggest things that we can find. Let's fucking go. That room's done. Far left bush. Underage. Item on block. We have to finish we have to save the town before we get that check. Well, I should probably get that, that Ultra Shroom. Ultra Shroom's good. Ultra Shroom is it gone? Whatever, that's fine. Let's, we gotta fight the, dudes here, and then we'll find out what the item on block is. Even if the shell item is Bubkiss, we have to do it because, you know, there's an item here that does not reveal until you beat the crap. Fuzzy minigame. Okay, we'll do the minigame and then, yeah. Okay, let's do this real fast. I need to, like, pay attention and know where the thing is. That said, I think now's a good time for a card. The checks that are right now are not, like, big ones. We know that this one is just like a FP plus or something. Let me do another card. Another Virtual Boy thing. I also did play Odyssey VR on the Virtual Boy headset. Yes, that is a thing that people have been saying that, like, oh, with the Virtual Boy headset, you can do Mario Odyssey and, whatchamacallit, Breath of the Wild has, like, a VR mode that launched with the VR headset thing that they did, you know, like, the toy thing the cardboard toy thing, and it works with this. That said, there are some major things you should know. One of them is that game totally expects you to like move around the camera, move around the thing, and go like this. So you sort of have to hold it like this while holding a controller. Not exactly great as far as, you know, logistics go, as far as like ergonomics go. It's not that comfortable. But yeah, I played the Odyssey thing, and I downloaded the Breath of the Wild thing and did not try it because, I don't know. I will say I think that the Odyssey thing was like better than the Virtual Boy catalog, the regular vanilla Virtual Boy catalog for sure, but still was kind of mid, kind of you know, uncomfortable, and especially like I said, you know, you have to like rest the thing against your goddamn chest. It's not any way to play a game like this. It's not good at all. Despite, you know, being I love Odyssey, I love Breath of the Wild, as do we all, as do most of us. Yeah, this'll kill them all in one. Excellent, good. Because we powered up Cooper, I suppose. Excellent, good. Quake Hammer is another item that we're kind of looking for, another badge that we want to see, because Quake Hammer is always, you know, it lets you do a bunch of damage to a whole field of dudes. Any fight that we have to do will be greatly aided by a big AoE attack. That's a trap. I already have that fucking item, so you can't fool me, game. So yeah, I tried out the VR for that. It's sort of interesting. It sort of just like takes an area of the game and has you like just do like of Odyssey, and has you do like 3 note things, and then you get an instrument and you take that instrument to like a musician and you turn it in and they play a song for you. And it's like pretty basic. It does make me wonder, though, you know, I'll say, like, it does make me wonder about, like, there's not, the panel's not over here, right? Need to remember to, get the panel here while we're, in the neighborhood. It does make me wonder about, it does make me wonder about, where the fuck's the panel? Hang on. I wonder if Astrobot is, like, I wonder if, like, the VR mode in like, the original VR first, VR-only Astrobot was like this, where you had to, like, just... Oh, it's under the 5 items, that's odd. The coins, I suppose, they usually are. Tall block, item, and the hidden block. Okay, got them all. Makes me wonder, like, how that originally was. There's a, tree outside Fortress. Let me make sure to, hit that real fast. Alright, Power Rush, not bad. And then there's just one more thing we can do here before we have to leave, which is, beat up the, Koopa, which we will do for free, considering that we have the bump attack and all that. Alright, there's that check. We got coin. It, almost looked like nothing at all. But, that was indeed a check. I think it's forest time. I think forest is next. Let's go forest style. Let's go to forest. I showed earlier, let me show the thing here. Let me see. Where's the forest? Let me find it. Forever Forest. Here we go. So in Forever Forest, we can get the 3 checks that are there. All 3 of them. Then we can do a great deal of Boo's Mansion before heading into, Gusty Gulch and getting a good number of things. I'll say there's, like, 5 checks in the last room that we can get to. So we don't have Parakiri. We can't go all the way into the mansion or anything. I guess Bao isn't required to get past the tub of cutscene or whatever. Nice. So yeah, we'll go do that now, and I think then after that, Lava Lava is our next best bet currently. So yeah, let's go do that, and we'll do it forest way. You know, we'll do it like forest style, which means that we'll cross through the woods basically. I previously, okay, this is the wrong way. Previously used to always the forest and the forever forest and the desert are the only cases where I would actually use the tracker's map to like look at and see like you know, what's available, what's in my path. Oh, hang on, I got the I can turn in before we leave. I've got actually there's a couple things here we can do. Frying pan is the first, and frying pan is the first thing, but we can also turn in the cake mix and get a cake real fast, which is important for Chapter 4. Excellent. Cake is acquired. Mark off taste tea there. And we also can get Merlin's tree real fast before we leave town. Let's do that. Let's make sure not to leave checks on the table that are just right right fucking there, you know? Just a point. So, yeah, I wasn't terribly impressed by the Odyssey VR thing, to the point where I did see that there were like 3 different levels of that. 3 to 5, I'm not sure how many, actually, I forget. And I just did the first one, was like, okay. That's fine. It's fine. I feel like the ergonomics on the Virtual Boy, and the fact that you do have to move around the perspective, do preclude that from being a good experience. Oh, by the way, you might be wondering, on that front, when you're doing it, there is the whole, the red filter. If you're curious, you can just take that out, and then you just have like normal, you know, you just full color VR using it. It's not a good VR headset though. You know, I cannot stress that enough. It is not, trying to think. We go clockwise here. I'm seeing this on my tracker from, you know, the previous one that I did was always from a different angle. So, it's like it's the rotated, 90 degrees on me. I think we do left, left, right? Left, left, right? Yeah. Though we have to go out this way to get, this item real fast from the plant. Alrighty then. Then it is right. So 1 here. Ugh. Now, this time, we're coming in from the bottom on the map, so that's actually pretty nice and convenient. We go right here. There's an item here. And we remember that there's the beehive, so it's very easy to find a way back. Miracle water! That's a key item. That's essential. Let's go. I do believe we have to get all 4 of the seeds, by the way. So, like, you know, don't expect to get into flower fields any fucking time soon, or nothing. But still, it's good to get those items marked off. It's good to find them. Here we wait. Go to the right. Go right here, and then This is the final room. We need to go around 180 degrees to get to the last room of forest with a check in it. Okay. Honestly, we could just leave the forest now, and, is this the right? This might not be the right one. It doesn't matter. We can always leave and just come through the fast travel thing that we have access to already to get to Boo's mansion, but, this will do just as well. Outside, there's a block and a bush. We got the mystery note. I don't think the mystery note actually, gets you anything, does it? It's logic only, apparently. So I don't think so. I think that just... Does that just tell you how to solve the puzzle if you didn't already know? Regardless, here we are in the mansion. Bunch of checks to do here. We can get most of them taken care of right now. Let's go do that. Let's see now. We'll end on the library. Library will be our last. We will have to... Right, I don't have the weight, so I can't do this bit yet. So, let's just, Yeah, Mario, I know. I know. Let's just, relax and take things one at a time. Oh, we should start by turning in the portrait so that we can... Well, actually, we don't have access to the store yet. But, might as well start with the final thing, and then we'll work our way down. Fortress key! Alright, we just got access to more fortress. Also, meanwhile, we just got access to Gusty Glade by doing that cutscene. Very important to do that cutscene. Okay. How about another card? I've got plenty of cards tonight, let me say, so plenty of things to talk about other than the game and where to go, etc., and the checks that I am getting. So why don't I just do another card while this music plays and this nice friendly ghost jams out. I never understood this as a kid because I didn't understand tempo and tapping at a medium rate. I think it took me a while to figure out how to do it. Honestly, I distinctly remember this being hard. Okay, buddy. Here's a card. I started replaying a little Mario and Luigi Partners in Time. Yes, this is sort of a random thing that I started doing, but you know, I like playing retro games on my retro handheld, my AYN Thor. As you know, it's a dual screen handheld. Oh look, the game's playing. Literally playing right now. I you know, legally backed up my copy and put it onto my lovely two-screened retro handheld and started going through it. Sort of in the mood after doing Superstar Saga Randomizer relatively recently. Okay, we know that's a coin, so we just have to wait for this cutscene to end and just ignore them. We'll just ignore the ghosts. Kind of was in the mood since I did Mario and Luigi Randomizer relatively recently, and you know, I've been kind of thinking like, oh, what should I play on my AYN Thor? What DS or 3DS game would be fun? And after some thoughts, arrived at like, you know what? Inside Story. And then I thought some more and went, wait, I should do these in order. Obviously, you don't start with Inside Story, as good as it is. You know, you start with, well, that's a pretty good item to get. It's a big FP bomb. Nice. You don't start with Inside Story. You start with Partners in Time, and yeah, I've started in on that, and I think it's all right. I will say I think that the pacing of the Mario and Luigi games sort of falls off a cliff after the first one. You know, definitely like the second and third, like each area sort of outstays its welcome a little bit, and the fourth is just like way over the fucking line as far as that goes. But okay, that's these are the 2 items that are in crates. Cool. Oh, there is one panel out here that we should get before we there's a panel in the main room. Is it also in the middle of the rug? It is. Okay. Predictable to a certain extent. I don't know. I guess makes sense as a place to hide something. Middle of the rug. Here we have to be really careful because we only get 1 shot. I will also note that appears to be a badge that we don't need, so I will mark that that off. Perfect. It's a coin. Okay. Now we're soft locked, so we have to return home. But we'll make our way back out there to do the Gusty Gulch checks right fast. Anyway, I do think it is paced slower to the point where I only, you know, I've been playing for a week now, and I basically have gotten through the first full area. I got through, like, the forest where there's the Wiggler at the end, the Wiggler that drinks soda, and got into the second major area, other than the preamble area, the prologue area. I got into the, where are we going? We're going to the, Warp pipe under the city. Yes, okay. I got to the second major area. I guess while we're in the area, we should do the blooper. We should do blooper 2. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do blooper 2 while we're in the area. That's nice and efficient. I like it. And also we can get this block, which is nothing. Let me make sure that I'm marking this on my tracker here. Toad Town Tunnels. Got the hidden block. And pretty soon we'll have the chest as well. Nice. Okay. So yeah, that's going alright. I've just started. I've gotten a little bit in. I am just playing it like when I am, you know, basically doing something that, basically when I'm watching something and I don't have something that I'd rather do. You know, like I have been playing some actual new or / relevant games, and that's been taking a bunch of my time this week. But like, I can't do Eugenics or Overwatch while I watch subtitled anime, whereas Mario and Luigi kind of moves slow enough where I can totally do it while watching subtitled anime. You know, I just need to pay attention when dodging stuff or whatever. I'll say I guess that does limit like how hard I go at it, and maybe that's as responsible for pacing as like you know, if I was putting like an hour or 2 or 3 aside every time I got to a new area to like get through it, maybe I would get through each area as I got to them. But it's fine. It's good. I'm enjoying it, and it's good to play something on the AYN Thor that's separate from stuff I'm playing on the Switch or PC. Right, we're going to the pipe down here, and we're going out to the. Wow, my nose is all stuffy. Damn allergy season. Really need to make an appointment and do allergy stuff soon. I will. Soon. I've been busy. Been a busy couple of weeks. Busy month, you know. I guess, you know, at a certain point, if you're always waiting for the right time to do something, it will never come, because there's no time that isn't somewhat occupied. Most times are pretty well occupied. Pretty busy, all things considered. Like, do I think it's gonna be less busy when I start looking for a house or whatever? No. God, no. Cutscene. Is it here? Oh boy, okay, no, the cutscene is fully skipped now. Hell fucking yeah. This is a big room. This has like 5 chicks in it. 1, there's 2. 2 is junk. Here's 3. We can already see that it's junk because it's a badge, but hey, D down pound, that's pretty good. Woo! Cooper Shell. Do you have an allergist? You had one in downtown Dallas? My understanding is that I would want a local one. My brother-in-law has an allergist, and he apparently has been doing it for years. But he tells me, like, yeah, no, you have to stop by there, like, once a week or something. So you probably don't want to just, you probably want to choose one that's convenient to you, local to you, or whatever, you know, off your highway, on your commute, you know, so, I need to figure it out, and I will do. Did we get the hidden panel here? I think there's a hidden panel here. Is there a hidden panel? Far left block, item on block, top block above ledge, lower block, item by log. Oh, is there an item, like, behind the, I think I got everything. I don't think there's a hidden panel here or nothing. Unless there's like an item that's hidden behind like a log or something. Your allergist had a rush, so you only had a once a month. That's pretty good. I could do that. That'd be easy to fit in relatively. You know, I think like the LASIK was a bigger to do as far as like regular visits go. So yeah, we can get no farther here because we don't have Paracarry. Let's go ahead and bounce on home. I think it's time for all right, next up, Lava Island. Here's what we can get on Lava Island. Basically, most of everything in the water part. We don't have the statue that lets us go to the guy, so we can't get, like, out this way. And, we're missing some stuff here as far as, like, yellow Yoshi. I guess that's if you can get all the Yoshis. I don't think we can get all the Yoshis yet. What's stopping us from getting all the Yoshis right now? We have what? There must be something. It doesn't occur to me what we can't do as far as the Yoshis go. But, whatever. We'll have, most things we can do out there. Anyway, Mario and Luigi is cool. I'm enjoying that. Why don't we talk about, like, the, I think I got 2 games that I've been really playing a bunch of. I think. I've been playing 2 games this week, and I think I would like to talk to y'all about them in, detail, in a good amount of detail here. Let's just start talking about them. Yo, hey, y'all heard of, Mugenics? I've been playing a bunch of fucking Mugenics this week. It is a wonderful game, and I've been making good goddamn progress. For those who don't know, let me tell you what Mugenics is. It is the latest game from the Binding of Isaac guy, who also was involved with Super Meat Boy. Half of the Super Meat Boy team, and also another guy who did another game, I guess. I don't really know what the other guy's deal was. Magical Seed is pretty good, by the way. That's a good get. Let me also get a yellow berry. That's also really good. Where is yellow berry? There it is. Yeah, so Binding of an Isaac guy, Mugenics is a tactical roguelite where you breed cats. That's sort of the thing there. You have a bunch of cats, and here there's just a coconut tree and the shop item's good. Okay, great. Over here there's a behind tree, and that's all we can get for now. So basically, it's a tactical game, you know, like top-down, Into the Breach, or like somewhere in between Into the Breach and Fire Emblem, I would say. I gotta sneeze. I feel like a sneeze is coming up. Somewhere in between Into the Breach and... Oh! Okay. Shit. There's a star piece panel here. I'm not sure where it is. Might it be over there? Let me check. Yes, there it is. And it's nothing. Yeah. Anyway. It's a tactical, top-down, you know, a tactical, turn-based, I say turn-based. It's a tactical strategy game where you get a bunch of cats and they each have like attacks and moves and classes and all that. And basically you try to put together in a roguelike fashion, you try to put together an overpowered set of kitties and take them on adventures where they run around murdering everything that crosses their path. It is kind of a dark game, a little bit, and also somewhat of a, you know, Binding of Isaac is famously a game that is sort of about, like, being a child locked in a basement, I guess. It's, like, weirdly dark in that way. And this is about being, like, a crazy cat lady who just, has not spayed and neutered her cats, and as such, you know, every night the cats bang and they make new cats, and that's actually great because, you know, you can breathe, you know, you're sort of like you sort of like get the they have abilities and stuff, right? They have abilities, they have moves, you take them on adventures, and every time you beat one of the battles, it unlocks they level up, right? And when they level up, they can get one of many moves that's basically for each class. There's like hundreds of moves. There's like 100 moves per class, so you know you get like a selection of 3, and you try to draft like really good combinations, like team-wide, cat-wide, you know, get some real crazy synergy going, and go to town. I got everything here, right? There's coconut trees. We'll just mark all those off. There's hidden blocks. I think I got those. Item on the rocks. And coins above the spinny flower. Got those. Okay, yeah. I think we're good. Also in the previous room, I got the 2 coconut trees. Lovely. I don't need those. Ultra Shroom is good, but I don't really feel like having to collect another thing to get it. Got all these things in this room. Did I just accidentally click something? I feel like I accidentally clicked something in my tracker, but everything looks normal to me, so it's probably fine. So yeah, you're like getting together a really overpowered crew of cats and then taking them on various adventures. It is really compelling. It is incredibly well put together, and I am having a hell of a good time, and it is reasonably tough. I'll say, like, last week, I forget where I was, like, last week on the Friday stream, if I had gotten a real breakthrough. I think I had. I think I was saying at that point, like, oh, I managed to get through caves after, like, a bunch of really getting fucked over by everything before caves, you know? Really struggling to manage, period. And now, since then, I got through Boneyard first try. I got through the desert first try. And I'm currently trying to do some side quests. I don't have an efficient way to hit these guys, so at least I can take care of one of them right fast, and then we'll just do that again. Oh shit! If I had powed them, they would have had 1 health here, and each one of these would have been killing themselves upon contact. Well, live and learn. In fact, here, let me use the power right now. And demonstrate that. Okay, that's fine. Lesson learned. Remember, I have Zap Tap on. It's good and handy. Not sure which of these guys I can't get yet. Which of these Yoshis I can't get yet, but we will absolutely get as many of them as we can. Wow, there's a bunch of checks here I have to toggle off. 3 underwater coins, they're all junk. There's Red Yoshi is good. Bottom Bush by Sushi. I don't know even. Too much. There's kind of too many coins here to check off. I don't know. Bottom right bush by Sushi Panel. Tree by Spear Guy. Bush right of Bellflower. I don't know. Maybe I should just get what I can and then just mark them all off. Because I'm pretty sure I'm pretty good at getting them all. We've gotten 2 fortress keys. That gets us a good... Hey! That's... Scarf! Scarf is pretty good. We can get the bucket. We can get into... We can get... not sure, like, how far we can get into chapter whatever. Chapter 7, but... That's like half of what we need to get pretty far into chapter, yeah. I don't think we need that much. Where's that bush? I think we must have gotten it. I need to remember to be marking off everything. A bottom right bush? Maybe it was that. Must have been that. Okay. Bottom right bush, tree by Spear Guy. Yeah, I got that. Bush right of Bellflower. Yep. Also got the tree at North Exit and the hidden block. Okay. That room's done. There's 4 things to get here. Why don't I just count down? 1. There's 2. On the plant. Wait, is that one of them? The plant? Actually, I don't think that's one of them. 2. Bah. 3. And, tree on ledge. Oh, tree on ledge. Far right tree on ledge. Okay. There is some, you know, not every tree always has a check in it, so it's not like you check every tree. So you just have to sort of internalize, like, some trees have them, and some trees don't. It's a little strange. You know, but it is what it is, and that's just like how these checks go. We have what, so we can absolutely make this Yoshi happy. Or Yoshi, I got you. Lights on. A little confused as far as like what we can't do here. Because my tracker is telling me there's a, maybe I have to get every Yoshi and then it'll tell me, like, I can do the thing in pound. Maybe that's how it works logically. But I think I can do every Yoshi unless I'm mistaken, so... Anyway, Mugenics has been a lovely fun. It, you know, it can be a little bit variable, right? It can be a little variable, like, if you can't get a collection of tough kitties, you might just have to go through the first area and be like, you know what? I gotta return home. I gotta cut my losses right here. I cannot take... These guys aren't going to go the distance, aren't going to get the side quest done, you know, aren't going to do what they have to do for me. So I might as well just, like, retire them right away and not risk going any further and losing, you know, having the cats die on their adventure. I might as well do that, and that was really getting to me for a bit there, for like a time, like for the first handful of runs that I did. But then, like, last week, I started having some really good runs, and then more recently, like this week, it's been solid. It's been great. You know, like, I got the thing that lets you have 2 copies of a single class this, recently, and that's been great fun for doing some ridiculous stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you can just, basically, since I got that, I've been, like, starting with 2 of whatever class it gives me 2 of, which is to say, like, you know, the first time it was, like, 2 clerics, which, clerics are your healers, so that's like, super strong. That's, like, super good. That's actually, low-key, a great, comp. But also, I did it the following run with 2 rangers. Did a 2 ranger build that 2 rangers, no healer, which somehow I was able to pull through with, at least through the desert, which I'll say I feel like some mistakes were made there, but through tenacity and good strategy, I was able to make it through regardless, and some key abilities I managed to get on the way, which I'll say again is part of the fun and satisfaction of that of that thing. You know, you do it, you see what you can do, and you roll with the punches, and if you come out the other side alive, it feels real damn good, and you feel real damn good about it. I had, I'll say an example of a really good build that I had, you know, just to sort of give an example for, like, some, what sorts of overpowered junk you can do. So, I randomly found an item called a medic's hat, right? A medic's hat, a nurse's hat or something, where basically you put that on, and it causes any cat's basic attack to work like a cleric's basic attack. That is to say, it heals your allies when it hits allies, rather than hurting them. Which is pretty good. Pretty damn good. Yeah, that was the last of the guys that we had to, rally up. Very nice. So I put that hat on a mage. A mage is a spellcaster who, you know, is really good at getting a lot of mana regen and casting spells. And I specifically was looking for that mage the ability to use a move called, like, I think it's called Magnify. Basically, it expands the splash radius of your basic attack. It gives your basic attack the splash, and each time you cast it, and you can cast spells multiple times in a turn, provided you have the energy, provided you have the mana, you can expand it to big ranges. And since this cat was very, very smart and had really, really huge, these trees have coins as well as the bushes. Did we get those? These bush coins? Let me just double check because they are very important. I think we're good. Far right tree coin, and then bottom left bush, bottom right bush. Let me check the bushes over on the bottom left real fast, and then yeah. Oh, we didn't get it, but it was nothing. Okay, cool. Good looking out. Good looking out. Rock Party added a mod for rerolls and less life on enemies. That's fair. I hear you were having trouble. You got to the boneyard before I did, but you've been having trouble with it so far, from what I heard. Maybe I just got really lucky with the comp. I'll say, like, the boss of the boneyard. I'll say, like, I had a really good, like, I won't say what the boss of the boneyard is, but I had a really good tank in that run who had really big mobility, and what that tank was able to do first turn was just, like, pen that fucking boss in a spot where it couldn't move, and that made the boss battle real damn easy. I almost didn't find out what that boss's gimmick was because it couldn't fucking move, and couldn't fucking evade any of, you know, it couldn't get away, which, yeah, that just made it seem like, you know, at first when I was doing that battle, I was just like, this doesn't seem so bad. But it turns out I had just, like, totally subverted that battle 100%. Hilariously so. Like, I had just totally broken it. We got the sushi tree, the island tree, and the island tree ground item. Wonderful. And the chest spawns later, and the plant doesn't have anything for us, and we never have to talk to the plant ever, 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 ever. So yeah, the example I was given is I put a medic's hat on a mage, and then I had it so that it could cast the magnify spell that makes its splash damage go up like 4 or 5 times in a row every turn. It basically could recharge like 15 mana per turn, and then I could spam like the ability like 2 or 3 times and get like a huge AoE basic attack. And also I got the ability where once it makes its basic attack, it turns around and casts it in reverse as well, which meant that it could get more range and maybe heal an ally accidentally if an ally was accidentally behind them. Stuff like that you put together and it feels super strong, and you know, you can really do some powerful stuff as a result of getting those killer combinations together. Is the Yellow Yoshi not ready yet? How does that work? Maybe that's like after you beat the dungeon or something. Okay, I'll just not worry about that for now. What do you got for me, Chief? We're done with this area now. I'll say, by the way, one more thing about my Mugenics progress. I'll say I haven't been playing Mugenics like every day, and not in like the longest sessions, because I do feel like one run of Mugenics is like a lot, and I feel like if I let myself, I'll just play for hours and hours on end, and you know, I'd rather like I got other things to play. I got other shows to watch. I'm a busy guy. Volt shrooms are all useless to us now since we have the zap tap, so I'll just get rid of that. Oh, I should equip some of this stuff. We got any, no, we don't got like a... We got defense plus. Let's go ahead and put that on. Also, I am running a little low on health, and I will never level up in this, so I should probably do a little nap before we, head on home. Alright, I think, we're done here as far as, island stuff goes. Whew. This has been going well so far. I will say I have gotten to the first Giratina fight, and, what's more, I'll say, I beat it first try. Beat it, managed to get it done. That felt really good. The previously aforementioned healer cat was, in there, as well as the thief I mentioned last week that, could trade places with an ally, shadow step anywhere, do, like, a big attack, and then refresh that big attack for every 7 mana that it had, and it has, like, 7 mana of, like, recharge per turn, so every turn, basically, you can get 2 attacks off, and then warp, and at the end of the turn, it switches back to where it was originally, so basically, it can be in the back line, switch with another ally, or a, like, grub or something, you know, like a summon, and then just, like, teleport back to safety, which, you know, was really damn strong, even if Giratina, like, still managed to, I think my thief boy did go down during Giratina, but, like, that was the only one who, you know, took a fall, briefly, just at the very end. I also had the mage, and, a really goddamn strong fighter that had, like, 13, 14 power on him, on him or her. I forget gender of my cats. I forget. I think their name was Fairy. I think his name was Fairy. His or her name was Fairy. And, did I have a tank during that? I think I had, as my fourth, the cleric who, could revive, had a resurrection move. Didn't end up having to use it, though, so that's nice. Good sets, and, they put down Giratina, and then I sent them off to live with Butch. Which, that doesn't feel good, but what are you gonna do? let's have a look at the map tracker here. Where are we at? So, looking at my my items right now, I will say that we recently did get some fortress keys, so we will be able to get farther into the fortress. That's like the most obvious thing that we've gotten recently, but let's have a look and see if there's anything else. Furthermore, we do have the shell now, so we can go get the Cooper check. So there's 2 things we can get besides, like, an extra 1, 2, 3 checks, an extra 3 checks in Cooper Bros Fortress. Wow, that is not much. You might turn them off, but you could get past Junkyard. Gotcha. So yeah, Cooper Bros Fortress is the place I know we can go. And, is that really, like, all that's left? We got the, oh, we can turn on the post office. We got the post office sack. We got the mail sack, so we can go turn that in. We can't get into Chapter 4 yet. Chapter 3, we can go no further until we get Paracarry. Chapter 5 is Lava Lava, where we were just at, and we can go no further. Chapter 6 is, the Flower Fields. We need 3 more seeds to get into there. And, to do more in Shiver region, we would need, the bucket. So I think literally, unless I'm mistaken here, I think like Pleasant Path and the mail sack are the only 2 things we can do right now. I think other than that, we're pretty much down to it. Cool. It's always good when you're down to the last couple things you can check. That means that you've done things in the right order. I'm kidding. But you know what I mean, right? Like, it is alarming and worrisome, but this is a good randomizer, and I trust in it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a problem. It's not a concern. Just have to walk the Pleasant Path again, and we'll get the Koopa check, the Cooper check, and then we checked that, by the way. These were just things that we did not collect because they were junk. We'll check the Cooper check, and then we'll go to the fortress and do that. Excellent. Good. Yes. Unless I've forgotten to track something along the way, which I don't think I have. Oh, I forgot the mailbag. I forgot to turn in the mailbag back in town. I hope that we don't regret that. If it turns out the mailbag is the item that we need, damn it. Okay, well, this isn't it. If it turns out the mailbag is the item we need... Wait, what about, does that mean that we didn't... Oh, well, we must have... I'll trust my tracker, you know, I must have done that, and then saw it was a coin and didn't collect it. I should probably collect them just so that the I Spy shuts the fuck up. Anyway, Eugenics has been going great. I really highly recommend it, as do most people. It is a very well-reviewed game, and it has sold over 1 million copies already. It is very popular, and everyone be playing it right now. It is a little bit disturbing as games go. Like, they do go some dark places with the dark/weird places with everything in it. But if you're fine with that, hey, it fucking rules. How about that? How about I say that? I can at least see some of these things, even if I can't get them. For instance, that's a coin. That's an item. That's junk as well. Okay. That room is entirely... Shit, there's just 2 more things left in this fortress. I'm gonna feel quite foolish if it turns out the mail sack was the thing the whole time. Right, we need to kill this guy. We should end with Bombette so that we can teleport out and we don't have to do the battle against the guys, against the NPCs there. Meanwhile, how about we do another card? I say that as we're getting down to the last 3 checks that I know about, but also like, hey, I'm going to have to like quickly bump attack away this room, and that's a whole thing. Here's another card. The other game I've been playing a bunch of this weekend, this week, slash also the previous weekend, and a lot of people have been playing. It's Overwatch. I've been playing a bunch of Overwatch post dropping the 2. Like many people, I have gotten back into it. There's a coin. That's nothing. That's no good. I've gotten back into it in a big way, and honestly, I'll say like this week, I've probably been playing more Overwatch than Eugenics. Part of it is just that it's a lot less of a commitment than like, oh, you know what, we gotta go in from above here because we don't actually have Bombette yet. Okay, we got this. I'll say it's a bit of a commitment. You know, Eugenics is, it feels like you're committing to a whole run, and that run was going to be long, brutal, and stressful. And if it doesn't go well, you're going to be feeling pretty bad about it. In a way. There's nothing out here, right? Yeah, just a save block. But Overwatch is the other way, where you can just do a match, and it's fun and light and good. And you can just keep doing it until you're satisfied. And what can I say? I'm quite enjoying that. I've been playing mostly Mystery Heroes because that's the mode I love the most. You know, I feel like variety is the spice of life. I got the super hammer! Okay, that's a big one. That's a big get. That blows open the thing. Okay, that's confirmed. It's not the letter sack. The letter sack was not the item that we need. It's the super hammer, which lets us open the shortcut thing. Here's what the super hammer lets us do. Ready? It lets us... Let me show you on the thing. With the super hammer, which we now have, we can go into the sewers. Well, we could go into the sewers before, but we can now go past the last blooper, and we can check these 2 checks right here, which are actually, by the way, like 3 blocks, and you know, a 4th one there, so it's 4 checks really. But moreover, more to the point, these shortcuts include a shortcut to Dry Desert. So look at all this. The desert, with all of its checks. Jesus Christ, with this amount of stuff in logic. It's more than I remember, honestly. I usually don't do bushes and all that. Wait, hang on. So that's really good and exciting. Dry Desert is open. Dry Ruins is open, at least like the first 3 rooms worth, I guess. And also Mount Rugged is open. We can't do everything at Mount Rugged because we don't have Parakarry, but we can do a lot there. And you know, basically chapter 2 is all the way open, and that's lovely. Do you hear about Trump? Wait, what? I saw about the tariffs, and I do have a card about the tariffs as well. He's not dead, is he? If he died, you gotta tell me. If ever Trump dies, please tell me immediately. Is he dead? What do you mean you hear about Trump? That sounds like an odd way to phrase it if it was about the tariffs. I've heard about all that. What's going on with him? Tell me he's dead. Honestly. If you tell me he's dead, I'm going to be very happy. If he's not, you know, it'll be soon. Oh, you haven't heard any cards? Okay. Yeah, that's later. That's later. The thing about I got the tariff thing. I have that written down, yeah. Okay. It's just the tariffs? Okay. It's not time yet. for any such celebration. Okay, okay. Talking about how he increased tariffs even after being told he can't. Oh yeah, I saw that, I saw a video on that. I watched, Atriarch reacting to that, press conference, before I did the stream. I watched that, that upload he did, which I thought was, interesting. We'll talk about that later. It's, it is something, but, Overwatch, let's talk about that. How about? I think Overwatch is, I like Overwatch a lot more, than I like the President. We all know this. This is a common, I think this is a common enough sentiment. But, yeah, let's push for damage. Fuck the little guys. Though, we'll do like, we don't have Bombast, so we can't do like a power bomb yet. And Tidal Wave is difficult to do 6 with. I'll try. I'll try. That 5? I feel like I was hitting that down C. Oh, the zap tap! Ha ha ha! That's good. The zap tap, finishing the job. I like to see it. I don't have the ability to dodge, so I'm just gonna have to take that. I don't have bow yet, so that's not so nice right there. It's fine. It would have been funny if like this would have been enough to kill it as well, but it still has 2 health left. Nice, that's the final bloop. That's the final blooper right there. Cool, good, yes. So, Overwatch continues to be good. I'm having a good time learning all the new heroes and stuff. You know, playing mystery heroes, so not getting them reliably or anything. But, like, whenever they do come up, I am excited to try out and get a handle of them. I'll say since the last stream, I think I've gotten a handle on Juno. I think I understand, like, how to play Juno. You just sort of want to jet around, hover around. Her mobility does feel pretty good. I'm not sure about her gun, but, like, I feel like more important than, firing her gun is, like, all doing, like, the homing missile shit. Like, just constantly be spamming homing missiles left, right, and center. I think that's, I think that feels pretty good. Why can't we get to the high platforms in the next room? I feel like that should be a doable get, but my tracker's telling me no, but I'm just gonna check anyway. Why can't I do this? Oh, well, I can't get to it, but I can see it. Okay, I see that it's something. Let me get that super block anyway while I'm in the neighborhood. There's a super block right here, yeah? Yep. And we have Watt, so I'll upgrade her. Anyway, still learning some of the new heroes, getting the hang of them. There's still some heroes that I'm just no good at all. Even like some of the older ones, like I can't Widowmake to save my life, but I will say I have had some decent snipes with Widowmaker. Managed some decent kills with Widowmaker and Mystery Heroes, and that feels good even if you're just Widowmaker for a minute before someone takes you down and you get to be a hero that's more your speed, which basically, whenever I'm playing a hero that I don't care for, that is basically my my methodology. That is basically what I'm trying to do. Just like, okay, you know, on some level, I have a death wish where it's like, okay, I don't care about this life. I'm going ham. I'm going deep. I don't give a shit. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get much value out of the hamster anyway, so let me just throw myself into there and just, like, randomly hit people as a ball, and if that works out, hey, great, that feels really good, and if it doesn't, it's like, okay, well, I wasn't expecting it to work out anyway. Okay, here in town, we have a lemon, right? So we can... Oh, wait, we don't need to do that. We just have to buy the shit. Why is it yellow on the thing? It's not based on having a lemon or not. It's based on knowledge. Funny. Hey, another ruins key. That's great for the ruins, which we have access to, as was previously established. Let me empty up my inventory a little bit, because I need to. Get rid of these Volt Shrooms. I need to have room to buy the shit. So, that's been going well, that's been going good. I enjoy it a lot. And it's just fun to play that game casually. I don't really coordinate. I don't really do any sort of teamwork, really explicitly. You know, I feel like as I've gotten older, I feel less and less inclined to, like, engage with people, you know, in, like, lobbies or whatever. And, like, I don't do voice chat, for instance, anymore. Whereas, like, 10 years ago, yeah, no, when Heroes of the Storm added voice chat, I was voice chatting up a storm. You know, when Left 4 Dead, I was way into that. You just beat Boneyard Rock Party? Excellent, congratulations. Did you need to use the, stuff that you did? I guess you did say you did need to, they do have less health, so it was, made it a little bit easier there. Nice, congratulations. Enjoy that, and enjoy, like, hey, someone's coming to town. You know, get ready for all that. Watch out. Watch the fuck out. Where the hell is the panel here? It is yellow, so I assume that means that it's in the, upstairs part. But I didn't see any panel up there. I guess some of these panels are less obvious than, even in the randomizer here, less obvious than I would expect them to be. I always see them doing the randomizer, and I always think like, oh, they're so obvious, I might as well. But oh my god, this one is near invisible. What the hell? Did I forget to do the setting where it makes them obvious? Maybe they're less obvious than they should be. Yeah, you would never have beat him. He only took fire damage. Oh, he only took fire damage, the boss did. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I got lucky with pinning him into a corner real fast, and then also having a cat that had a splash attack option that rendered him vulnerable, made it easy to hit that dude. All right. Desert is a big huge place with checks. Oh boy. With checks up and down. We're combing the desert, people. We're combing the desert. This room has 4 checks in them, so we will carefully count. And also, I will continue regaling with you, with y'all, with talk of Overwatch. So yeah, Overwatch has been going great. I've been having a good time, mostly playing Mystery Heroes, like I said, and that is very fun. Whenever I have like whenever it works out, that feels super good, and I'm always like really happy to randomly give out the endorsements. And when things go real bad, you just gotta like say, okay, well, whatever, you know, we tried, we had fun, and you know, you still give out the endorsements just as readily. That is that's just what you gotta do. 3 checks here, and those were them. Excellent. You always gotta endorse no matter what. And you always gotta GG no matter what. Sometimes I'm more reticent to GG if like we won and it was really satisfying. Other times I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna mums the word. You never say bad game. You never do that. That's rude. That's shit. I saw one guy do that, and I thought he was quite rude. You never want to criticize the people you're playing with directly. Hello, Brown Diddley. That's That's just bad manners right there. That's just bad manners. But for the most part, things go well. I've pulled off some clutch saves, some good kills. I got one play of the game. Honestly, I feel like, you know, maybe it's a thing where like, yeah, no, I just came back to the game after like years, so like I probably shouldn't be expecting to rack up like play of the games or whatever, but still I feel like randomly speaking there should be a 1 out of 10% chance every game of getting one, so I don't know, maybe I'm underperforming on average, but I'm having some good games. I think making some good contributions every single game, and you know, when I think it's a thing just where like when play styles randomly come together in Overwatch, you know, when everyone is equally as aggressive as you or whatever. I'm behind bush in the tree. Yeah, we got the tree. I think we're good here. When everyone is equally aggressive as you and goes about as hard as you do, things can go pretty damn well. And, you know, you end up having a good game, and that's fun as fuck. And it's also fun as fuck just, like, trying all the new characters. Like I said, I think I got the hang of Juno now, and also the Maui character is, I feel like I missed a block. Whatever. Let's go to the second one. That's, here. I think this is the, invisible block. Hidden block right here. And then we'll go back 3 screens. There's another block. Whenever things come together, that, feels real damn good. And, it's just fun. It's just a fun game. I will say, Overwatch-wise, I did try Stadium randomly. Oh, okay, I got it. This is the block. I got it. Okay, marking it off. I did try Stadium, which is a relatively new mode where, how do I describe Stadium? It's like round-based, and also there's a bunch of like equipment and perks and ways to build out the characters. I don't know about all that, man. I'll say I tried that, and my impression was like, ooh, this just seems like a whole fucking lot. I don't know if I like it, you know? I'll say, like, I love and have enjoyed MOBAs, right? Like, I loved Heroes of the Storm for ages. And to that effect, like, honestly, yeah, the perk system is very similar to the talent system from Heroes of the Storm, so, like, I can kind of fuck with that, give me enough time to, like, really learn and internalize, like, all the perks that happen randomly. And also, hey, maybe make it so that you can choose your perks, like, for each hero, you know, permanently, like, on, like, a item screen or something, so that when you get them randomly in Mystery Heroes, you get them in their best possible form. I feel like that would be, that'd be really nice if they did that as a small change. I know that Mystery Heroes is supposed to be random, but I don't know, man. Having Paracarry! That's fucking great. That opens up tons. Chapter 3 has opened up a little bit. We don't have Bow, so we can't do, like, that much of, like, the fortress, the mansion in Chapter 3. But this also opens up a good part of this chapter, Chapter 2. And yeah, there's just big things in store for us right now. Yeah, that's a great get. What else is there to say about that? I don't know about that. That seems complicated. That seems weird. It is smart that it, like, recommends stuff to you and just tells you, like, okay, dipshit, do you want an aggressive Zenyatta? Do you want a healing Zenyatta? You can take this to specialize this way. You can take that to specialize that way. Ooh, a castle key. That's real nice. We need 3 of those to beat the game. To beat the did it say castle? It's a mansion. Whatever. I guess they call it a castle. Hidden block here. It's right there. Lovely. You know, it seems like a whole thing. I don't know about it so far. I think there's a panel or something here. Let me see. Yeah, there's a tree. Yeah, let me get this. It's nothing. Okay. And this one has a panel right here. And also there's something in the room below this. Other than that, it's pretty simple to get the rest of the stuff in the desert here. There's a big room with 5 things in it, and then the rest are along the left side, the upper left ledge of the edge of the desert. We can go into the fortress now, but I think it would be best to do dry Mount Rugged right now. I think Mount Rugged is a better thing to do first, because Mount Rugged is there's more we can do there because we're not limited as far as keys go or anything. So let's hold off on going to the ruins. Ooh, bow! Chapter 3 is getting more and more viable now. Okay, we can do some real mansion stuff now. We can also go into Chapter 4, and I'll say Chapter 4 is a fucking banquet of checks. Chapter 4 is real goddamn good. We might want to do Chapter 4 next, honestly. After we do everything we can do here, doesn't make sense to abandon an effort before we've finished it. There's one thing here. There's 2 things in the room above, and then there's the hammer block in the room below. That. And there's that. Okay, 2 checks. Done, done, done. So yeah, Overwatch is great. I mostly play Mystery Heroes, and I'm happy playing Mystery Heroes, honestly. And maybe I should give, hey, Goombario. Goombario doesn't unlock anything, but he's still nice to get. I still like to see him, even if he is just the most pointless partner check. You know what I mean? Anyway, hey Colorado, I got your artifact right here. Power bounce. That's pretty good. Let me grab that. And yeah. That's all that we can do in the deserts. We can go into the ruins, but let's do the mountain first. Let's take care of everything on the mountain. I think now, let me see. I think now that we got Parakarry, I think we can do everything on the mountain. Is that right? Let me see. Where is that? Mount Rugged. Here we go. Yeah. Pretty much everything is green now, other than train station bushes. Why are the train station bushes red? We can get into the train station from the back side. I feel like that's a mistake. That doesn't seem right. I think we can do everything on this mountain, so we can knock that out. And if we can find more, if we can find a 3rd ruins key, we can get our first chapter finished, squared away when we go back there to there. We're not going to fight this boss. We're going to tell him that we are Luigi and, hey, look at us. We're Luigi. Look at our hat. We're wearing the colors. For once, it is understandable that the buzzard accepts our answer. You know, considering we do look the part this time. It'd be cool if you had to look the part to make that work. I'll say. What if you did have to look the part to make that work? I think that would be a good, that'd be a good change, if they wanted to make a change. What do we got here? A coin! Okay, let's get the thing on the ledge, or at least check what it is. Hang on, should I check from here? Okay, yeah, it's a FP+. I'm not sure if I can see it from above. Yeah, it's harder to... Oh, yeah, you can see it from above. Okay, it's cool. Good. Okay. Go across here, get the room on the far side taken care of, and then we'll get the stuff on the lower mountain taken care of. And we'll all be nice and good and clean and quick. There's a big bunch of coin checks here that we can just get right away. Ooh. Well, actually, blue key doesn't do anything for us. Blue key, by the way, might be one of the most worthless items in the game. In fact, hey, I'm looking at the tracker now. Did they take the blue key out? No, it's just a turn-in now. It's not an essential item anymore. I think it's still there, isn't it? Wait, no, actually, blue key just isn't on the minimal tracker anymore. How about that? That's funny. They removed it from the tracker there. You don't even have to know that I have the blue key. Here's the thing about the blue key, okay? The blue key is rendered irrelevant by the red key. The red key lets you get to the same past the same location. And there's no items that are behind the blue key room. So you might as well just get the good one and have that be it. Ooh, I should have gotten that. I'll get that mushroom. There wasn't anything other than the blue key, right? Let me just check my key items real fast. Yeah, everything seems... We do have red, and red and blue fruit. Only one blue fruit. When were there blue fruit? Shit. I probably missed an opportunity to get a second blue fruit earlier on, and I don't remember when that was. Other than that, everything looks kosher. Everything looks correct to me. Okay. Good to know. Oh, I want that. Good to be on top of that and all that. I might try that mode again. The arena, the stadium mode. I don't know how to feel about it. And, you know, the one time that I played it, it went on pretty long. It was a pretty long thing to the point where, honestly, I'd rather just focus on playing short-term games where I play as a variety of heroes. You know, like, honestly, even 6 versus 6 open queue doesn't appeal to me as much as the mystery heroes, just because of the sake of variety and the sake that I have to, like, you know, you have to choose all the right things. Wow, there's kind of a lot in this area. Lower block chest, left block after spring, right block after spring, slide item, 2 lower coins, item in the middle of coins, star piece coins, far right coins. I think I got all those. And let me just see that there's not like a... Yeah. I think I did get all those in just the way that I check for stuff, but, geez. Hard to remember to check all those off as you're doing them. Doing this with a tracker for the first time and actually using it. I'll say so far, I think this tracker... Ooh, there's some dirt. Wait, did I already get dirt? No, I did not already get dirt. Dirt's good. Potato bad. Dirt is better than potato. Is this the only case where dirt is more valuable than potato? I feel like if in any other context, someone just, like, stumbled upon a potato and just like, fuck this, and then picked up some dirt and was like, ooh, stuffed it in their pockets, that would be unusual. You wouldn't usually expect to do that. But we do need this soil to beat the game, to beat Flower Fields. It's very special soil. Hey, a calculator. Is there dirt in the desert? When it's randomized, there is. Ah! That was not a badge. That was an explosive device. Wacka got his revenge there a little bit. Fuck. Very good. We got this room all sorted out. And here there's Karakiri, who we just have to give 3 letters. And then he'll join our party and he'll give us a coin. Very nice. There's no battles in this randomizer. I have the bump attack badge, which makes it so that I destroy under-leveled enemies on sight. So, not unless I want there to be. I find this to be the most convenient way to do this randomizer. And it's more fun for me, personally, to not have to do a bunch of grinding or anything of the sort. Just bosses and things of that nature. And mandatory fights. I'll say, like, the first time I did it, I used, like, pretty default configuration and did have to grind and did have to, like, worry about level and things like that. And it was okay, but I definitely thought it could be better, like, not having to worry about levels. And also, there was a thing that the randomizer did, which you can now turn off, where when you run from battles, you lose experience, which just made it so that, like, oh, if I get into a battle, I'm running away from every single one. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of feels weird, and also I'm losing my experience. Might as well just start at maximum level, I figured. And the second time I did it, therefore, I tried it that way. I tried it that way, and then during that first time, I randomly got the bump attack badge and realized, like, oh, with full level, bump attack badge is infallible, and that means that you never have to worry about battles again. That was just such a fun way of doing it. I immediately just was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna start that way from here on out and just, you know, not leave that too much to chance. I enjoy just like the traversal and the running around and the figuring out the logic, and it is always very satisfying to me to see each item come online and to just do the running around. Is that a weird thing? Is that a thing where, like, you would look at this and go like, well, you've cut out the main part, which is the battles and all that, and then so forth. Did I get the item here? The ground pound bit? Oh, no, I don't think I did. Hang on, I need to find that real fast. In any case, like, it would be most efficient and most, like, time-wise, advisable to just run away from any battle anyway. So, like, by starting with bump attack, it's not really changing that much. Assuming that I would have started with a good amount of health and a good amount of whatever. You know, it wouldn't change that much. It would be basically the same thing, and, yeah. I like it. Hope y'all don't mind it. I guess it's weird, you know, just cutting out all the combat and stuff other than major encounters, but... I love this game so much, just like, you know, running through it, just like charging around. That's just fun to me. On a basic level. And also we'll get to some bosses and we'll just destroy them with our crap. You know, like right now, we can at least, I think there are some forced fights in the ruins, which we are now headed towards, because that's the next thing that's on my list, should it be. Let's take a second to think. We do now have Bao and Parakarry and more. So we can do, oh my god. Look at all that green in Shy Guy's toy box. Like, the only thing we can't do is the final boss. Why can't we do General Guy? Why? Oh, Bombette. We don't have Bombette. The only thing we can't do is the final thing in toy box. Okay, shit. That just makes too much sense to go do right now. And maybe we might find, you know, there's tons and tons of stuff in toy box. So we might be able to find we might be able to find the keys that would let us finish Dry Ruins. We need like one more key to finish Dry Ruins. We can only do like 4 rooms worth of checks anyway right now in Dry Ruins. Okay, okay. Worth noting, we can also do more in Ghost Town. We can do 3 checks outside of the castle. And let's see, at least 5. Oh geez, there is one room with 6 coins on the bed. So probably like a good dozen or so checks we can do in Tubba's castle. But like we get another key or 2, we'll be able to actually finish Tubba's castle. So, you know, we should I think the toy box is our next best thing. Yes, okay. It's nice having the tracker to be able to tell you like literally what the best thing is, or you know, it does help with the routing, I guess. I'll say that much. Because it has proven pretty useful, even if I am finding the bee with all my checks. You know, with all my sanities on, where, right, we can turn in post office real fast as well while we're here. What do we got, post office-wise? A coin! We also got a calculator, no? Got a calculator, didn't we? We can also turn that in real fast. Ralph is not in logic. I think it's weird how Ralph works, where like well, I think I do want that for my for the Yellow Yoshi. Yellow Yoshi wants something like that, I think. So let me just make sure to grab that. Is that something that's on the tracker, like a funny food item? Trading events, standard items. I'm not sure how that works as far as Yellow Yoshi goes, but I think I can do Yellow Yoshi now. Okay, let's go Toy Box. Time for Toy Box. We're doing pretty well. Things are coming along pretty nicely. You know, we are 2 hours in and we haven't been able to finish any individual worlds yet. But I will note that we have found a lot of all the items in the game. Like, let's see now. How many... Here's the thing we should be asking ourselves at several junctures. How many do we need to beat the game? How many more items do we need to beat the randomizer? To beat each chapter. Okay, chapter 1. Let's just go chapter by chapter real fast. Chapter 1. For chapter 1, we need 2 Cooper Bros Fortress keys. I think. Do we need Bombette as well? I'm not sure, but I do think we need Bombette for at least one other part of the game, so do probably get Bombette at some point. For chapter 2, we need 1 more Ruins key and 3 of the 3 like shape keys. Oh, we do actually have the Diamond Stone. Let me jot that down. That's important to note. 2 of those shape keys. The Star and the Moon. So that's like 3 items that we need. For chapter 3, we need 2 castle keys, and that's it. Just 2 castle keys, and done. For chapter 4, we need Bombette. So that's 1 thing for chapter 4. For chapter 5, we need the Raven statue, and that's it. 1 item for... No, actually, we need the Ultra Hammer as well. 2. We need 2 things for chapter 5. For chapter 6, we need 3 seeds and a bean. So we need 4 things for chapter 6. Chapter 7, we need a bucket, and we need a star key, and I think that's it. I think think that's it for chapter 7, and that'll be it. That'll be all. So it's not nothing. We do have like somewhere between 1 and 2 thing and 4 things required for each individual chapter, but you know, it's not we're getting there. We're definitely making good progress, and I'd say that there's not that much more to do. Oh, by the way, I'm pretty sure, in my experience, anti-guy is never quite in logic. I don't think anti-guy is ever in logic. Realizing now I don't know how to, how do I read this? Anti-guy, okay, I'm just gonna mark all these off. I know where I am now on the tracker. Okay, there's like there's 8 checks in this room, by the way. So, if you're wondering, like, why Shy Guy's toy box is so good, it's because it has rooms like this that just have, like, tons and tons of stuff. We can see, though, that most of it is junk. You know, a lot of it is visible. So we can just check all that off, get that done, and we'll head the other way and do that. Again, I'm pretty sure Anti-Guy has never had anything. I'm pretty sure... I don't think Anti-Guy is in logic. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. This is one of the more obvious hidden panels we've seen. That one is, you can't miss it. Ones like that make it easy to believe all of them will be impossible to miss, but, you can certainly miss them. What is that? Oh, that's just sleepy sleep. We don't need that. I do like an ultra shroom. At this point, we got plenty. Don't really have to worry about, God damn it. Stop landing on me. Items. What's this? What's this? Wait. Oh, it's a goom nut. I thought it was gonna be something. I couldn't see it. Okay. Get all the things here. Again, there's a bunch of springs there. All those springs are good, solid checks that we get very quickly. There's also this thing over here, which is nothing. Damn it! I can just jump it. Just jump it normal style. You can do that without paracarry. It's just hard. I think I have had it where paracarry was hidden in that block. So, you know, you can't, you shouldn't just, ignore it. Item next to chest and chest, okay. I think, is that everything? There's not like a hidden block or hidden panel here. Right? Not here. I think we're good. I think that's it for this room. All right. So, another topic, another thing. Let's talk about something else. I got more cards where the previous ones came from. More to touch on as far as the last 2 games. Like, hey, by the way, I have been playing a bunch of Overwatch and Eugenics in the last week. Let me say, I do now plan on streaming both of them eventually. You know, this month has been pretty much fully booked for the whole thing. You know, for randomizers, for this whole span, for this whole month. But I am now setting aside some time next month for both those games. Let me show you the schedule now for March. In March, not only will Mario Maker return first possible day on Monday, but also I'll do some Overwatch on Wednesday and then some Eugenics on Friday. And I'll just sort of play some from wherever I am at in either. You know, obviously, Eugenics is like, you know, progress and whatever. Overwatch is, you know, there's nothing. That's just for eugenics, the thing I just said. You get it. But, yeah, look forward to that. Also, some other stuff in March. March will be a good month, though I will be out of town the second week, so, you know, I am booking a bunch for the other weeks, sort of to, like, you know, make sure that we're good and we've, done a bunch of streams that month, even if, I can only do a little bit. Wait, where's the... Did I get the panel here? I did. Okay, yeah. And the block is on the other side. Okay, cool. Here, there is, this block. That's one of the few guys who can actually, like, get me into a battle, by the way. The guy with a projectile attack. Bump attack does not work on that, so I do have to be careful about that dude, if you're wondering. So yeah, we'll be doing some streams of that, like, week and a half from now, 2 weeks from now. Week and a half to 2 weeks from now. I think that'll be fun and good, and I'm looking forward to, wow, a lot of whack-as-bumps here, actually. A whack-a-bump here. Oh, I guess I already lost the chance to get that whack-a-bump. Was that a whack? That was a whack-a-bump, right? It don't matter. We really don't need it. Really don't need a freight jar. Take a power jump, though. I think these coin blocks and those hidden blocks are all good now. And then there's just some, coins here, coin blocks here. And, don't need either of those. Yeah, if I was getting into these battles, I'd just be running from them, and, it wouldn't be that exciting anyway, you know? I generally just don't think it's worth doing battles in the randomizer. Just, you know, it's not like they have checks. I'll say, like, I think with, like, the other TTYD randomizer, I think there was a thing where they were thinking about, there's, like, panelsanity, where the tattles are mixed in, and by tattling each enemy once, you get a check. If they add something like that to this, we would have to, you know, or like, oh, beat every enemy once, and that's a check. Then, yeah, I would beat each enemy once, and I think that would be the best, like, version of, like, making battles matter, because I don't think you would want it so that, you had to do every battle. You know, I don't think you would want it so that you had to, like, just keep on grinding at all times, no matter what. And personally, like, I have no interest in, like, the difficulty of the game, like, outstripping my ability or, like, my current, power set. So, you know, I'd rather start at full power and not have to worry about levels at all. Or if I did, just like, oh, you know, just make sure that you can get enough from the bosses. And then I guess, like, it would matter, like, what order you went the bosses at. Like, you couldn't necessarily beat the first boss first. If it was, like, you know, they can randomize the difficulty of chapters for what it's worth. I think we got everything here, right? Just checking, just making sure. I think we're good. I'm kind of trusting my gut in a lot of cases here. Just doing a room and then running out as soon as I'm done with it, because that's how I tend to do. So far, so good. It's working out. Furthermore, more to say on hero shooters. I'd like to follow up on Deadlock, because I last stream, or maybe the stream before, I forget. But a viewer in chat, I forget if it was Stormtrippin' or Fauntleroy or someone else I know from Dan Reichert's Discord. I forget which of y'all it was, or was it Freight or something? I forget who it was, but I was talking in chat, due to saying that, let me see if I got the invite. Okay, I forget where that was or who sent it, but dude did send. I'm sorry, I forgot, but that was like a week ago, you know. I forgot. I think it was Storm Trippin', or maybe it was either Storm Trippin' or Fauntleroy or something, or the other F name that's failing me. Whatever. Dude sent the Deadlock invite along, and now I do have access to Deadlock, and I have not tried it. I am wondering if it would be worth doing a stream of. My current thought, I guess we have enough Ultra Shrooms. My current thought, honestly, is that I don't know if it's a game for me. You know, I mentioned earlier how I just tried the Stadia mode in Overwatch and sort of came away from it going like, this seems like a lot, this seems like too much. And based on what I'm hearing about, this is just a better version of the Honey Super. I'll throw away that one. Actually, I should probably keep this one just in case I can keep it. And then we'll throw away the, it's like a better Ultra Shroom as the other one. I'll throw away an Ultra Shroom. We have more than we'll ever use on Final Bowser or any other boss fight. Oh my god! Ultra Hammer! Alright, that's a huge one. That's great. Killer get. Killer, pickup. I am really happy. Let's go. I'll also grab these badges, why not? They add some beta items to the game. I don't know that we've seen any so far. This is actually, you know what? This is one of the more lucrative areas to go in the randomizer because it's one of those places where there's just like a bunch of coins in a, oh boy, there's Bombette. A bunch of coins in a big arrangement, and you can get a bunch of checks real fast, like Bombette. And also, hey, here's the D down jump, which is a badge that I love. And also the spin attack badge, which we already have bump attack, so we don't really need. We got the better version of it already. There's D down jump. Wonderful. Oh, are we full up on, we can get rid of D down pound. D down jump is a better version of that anyway. We full up? Nearly. Might have to unequip some stuff. But if we get anything more like, we do need Quake Hammer. Quake Hammer would be really good to get for dealing with some specific enemy encounters. But yeah, what about that? No, that's nothing. There's nothing there. All right, that's great. I love to see that. Ugh. Here we go. Now para-carry, and yeah. So I'm not really sure if, like, Deadlock would be that much up my alley. I'm also just not sure, like, I feel like it might be a game that asks for a lot of coordination in a more serious way than I like to play it. You know, I kind of just like to do everything just by, you know, just by feel, you know, no chat, no voice chat, no nothing, just not even pings, just like, hey, you're a tank, I see that you're hanging around, I got it, okay, you know, maybe I'll hang out and hide behind you. That's about the most coordination I do. Or like, oh, you know, I'll definitely heal people as they're getting low, like, you know, as a support, that's what you do. Like, that's as much coordination as I'm interested in. Oh, by the way, now that we have Bombette, we can finish this chapter and get every check along the way. Hell fucking yeah. It was correct and right to go here first. Let me say. And Bombette does open more things in the Dry Ruins too, so that's a great get. Hello, Lakitu. That is our last partner. We're all partnered up. Fuck yes. We also have the Ultra Hammer. And a Lunar Stone. And, things are looking pretty good right now. Let me say, things are going pretty well. We're in goddamn good shape. We already had a red berry. We don't need that one. Anyway, yep. I'm not sure about Deadlock. If like, you know, I will ask that dude. Oh, hey, another blue berry. Perfect. We needed a second one of those, for the 2 blueberry checks later on. Excellent. I will ask, and I am curious, like, you know, whoever sent that that invite over, if it was storm tripping or whatever. I will say, just deny that that thing. Yes, Automod, that is spam right there. I will say, which party member do I want to upgrade? Bow. Wait, no I don't. I want to upgrade Bombette first. Time for Bombette to start getting powered up. Bombette is always good for AoE damage. It's always good to get her up to max. Hell yeah. Get Watt up for the boss battle there. And yeah, let's go. Boss battle time. Do a quick boss battle here. Oh wait, Watt is not the right answer for boss battle. Unless, wait, does having Watt out mean that you can see? No, it doesn't. Shit. Right, no, I was you want your ghost out so you can smack and get full light instantly, easily. It's one of our first boss battles of the game, mini boss or otherwise. The bloopers, we fought the bloopers, all of them. But yeah, you know, this is definitely one of the first. Definitely up there. Very cool, very good. Ghost is down for a bit. That's fine. Anyway, I'm curious if Deadlock is like for me. And like I do honestly like look at it and hear the hubbub and hear that people are liking it and go like, you know, ooh, might I be interested in these heroes? Might I be interested in like some nice, well put together kits? But like, if the item system is more like Dota, then it was Storm Trippin'. I just checked. It was Storm Trippin' who invited. Excellent. Okay, got it right the first time. If like, it's more Dota style where it's like you get you know, you buy items and they enhance your thing and you have to sort of like understand things like last hitting and other complicated stuff. I don't know. It is a MOBA. That is what I'm hearing. I did really like Heroes of the Storm. I'll say that. You know. And like Pokemon MOBA, also I was into that as well. Have you not played a MOBA? Oh no, I played like hundreds of hours of Heroes of the Storm, like 10 years ago, before it sort of like stopped getting support, you know, before it sort of trailed off. It still exists if you really want to, for what it's worth, but I've only played it a couple times on stream, randomly, in recent years. Hey, Jade Idol, that's really good. Let me mark that off real fast. That is quite the get. I think, are we good to go on Chapter 4? I think we're good to go on Chapter 4 now. I think we can, with the Ultra Hammer and the Jade Idol, I think we can do Chapter 4 in its entire, or this is Chapter 4, sorry, Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is all the way open now. Excellent. Let's do that next. If we can continue getting areas that are nice and efficient where we, you know, everything is available for us on first visit, that would be ideal. That's great, and we'll continue doing that. Let's go fight the first boss of the game, the first real boss of the game, General Guy. General Guy is up next. There's 3 items out here behind the barricade. And then, yeah, just the boss. Ooh, yo. If that's real, that's really good. That's great. If so, oh, I hope it's real. That, isn't enough to finish Chapter 1, but it is enough to get deeper into Chapter 1, which is, nice. Okay, that's our 3rd of 4 fortress keys. Nice. Good. There was item on tall block, hidden coin block, and item block. Is there one more? Yeah, there's one more block here. Go ahead and grab that. It's a potato. I'm interested in Deadlock, and I wonder, like, if it would be an interesting stream to do. Like, it would be an interesting stream, like me trying it for the first time, or if I should just... Maybe that's not the thing. Maybe, like, going in blind is genuinely a bad idea. Maybe going in blind would be bad content, you know, in addition to a bad idea. In which case, like, maybe the play would be to just, you know, watch some primers on YouTube, play some on my own, see if I like it, and then, if I do, we'll do some content. And I'll definitely, like, you know, go from there. But if I'm just, like, kind of like, I don't have time for this, I don't have the mental energy anymore, and also, you know, to a certain degree, part of me does look at a MOBA and go like, okay, well, I've been in there before and gotten in deep, and, you know, basically that was my thing for years. You know, multiple times a week, playing, like, hours and hours of MOBA. You know, basically, like, to do the quests, the dailies every day, you know, every 3 days I had to do a sometimes not insignificant amount of Heroes of the Storm. And I love to do it, and they continued to update it throughout my span, so, like, it was, no shade or anything. But, do nothing. Just skip. But, like, if I'm going back in and getting heavy and hard into a MOBA, I don't know. I'll also say, like, I have kind of bounced off all the other shooter MOBAs that I've tried, of which there's been one, I guess. I guess there's been one. I did try, like, before I did Heroes of the Storm, I did try, Monday Night Combat. I just really didn't like Monday Night Combat. That was a game that I feel did not do what Heroes of the Storm did, in, like, making it streamlined and making it efficient and making it understandable to a layman and making it, like, easy onboarding. You know, that was a game that was very much just like, oh, all the complexity and weirdness of a MOBA, but in shooter form. And it's as weird and, like, you know, the upgrades are as incremental and nothing as, they sometimes are in MOBAs. You know, I like it when, where it's like in Overwatch, or, you know, the talent system in Overwatch, where it's like, oh, this is a major upgrade to one of your major abilities that affects how you play the kit, how you play the hero in a serious way. There's our first, Star Spirits. Lovely, good. Let's go. I like it when you're, when it really, it really matters what character you're playing, or what have you. I like it when it really matters, when it's really intuitive in that way, right? Like the talent system was in Heroes of the Storm, where it's just like, if you don't know, in Heroes of the Storm, every 4 levels, it's just like, here's 4 choices. And it's very much like in Overwatch, where it's like, either your Q has lifesteal now, or your W roots for longer. which do you want? And, you know, there's different correct answers depending on, like, what you're up against or what you prefer. And, yeah. We're going to, yes, by the way, let me say, map tracker up. Lava Lava Island, almost entirely green now, except for, why is that not green? We can totally beat. Not sure why we can't beat Mount Lava Lava now, right? Maybe it turns green like once you get, maybe it turns green like once you, okay, yes, it turns green like once you beat, the Lava Lava. We can do everything in Lava Lava, so, let's go that way. And with our boy, Spike, we can, bypass certain things. We can, go across the lava, and that's going to save us a okay, decent amount of time. Not a ton of time, but like an okay amount. Oh, we can also, while we're down in the underground there, we can also do a, we don't have the ultra jump yet, so we can't do everything down in the underground part. Maybe we should hold off then. I'll say, like, let me show that real fast. In Toad Town tunnels, we can get the Ultra Boots. We can also get that, which we know is a random check. We can get the hidden blocks in the winding path, but not the 3 Ultra Jump blocks there. Do I want to get 4 checks, or do I want to focus on the area that I can do all of? Let's do all of. Let's focus on. Let's focus on this part, and then we'll come back to that later. Hopefully, once we have Ultra Boots. Yeah, it makes more sense to focus on the areas where I can knock out everything right now. Okay. Alright, Jade Raven lets us get into there. There is a fight that we'll have to do against the guys over here. Against the piranha plants. So, look forward to that if you've been, you know, bereft of, you've been missing some combat. We'll get it done pretty quick, mind you. Don't y'all worry about it. I believe there's 3 things here, so those would be the 3. Also have to open up these bushes. I'm very curious about that, and I do wonder if that should be content. I will say, if it is content, I do think I have plans for like the whole next month. I do have plans that for like every stream next month. You know, I showed the calendar earlier. I have that Mouse PI game on this calendar. I have the Wonder DLC. And I have a Space Station Silicon Valley stream pinned down for Saturday after I'm back from out of town, back from cousin wedding. And then also Donkey Kong, the last thing there, if you don't remember me saying in a previous stream, but that is Mario 64 with Donkey Kong Bonanza. As Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong Bonanza. That is a mod that I saw recently, and I really want to do a full playthrough of Mario 64 with it. And look forward to that in March. Full playthrough. That's the next full playthrough, basically. I'm very curious, like if it would be good, if I would like it. And part of me almost would just want to wait until it gets 1.0. You know, until it hits 1.0 and they, like, officially make it come out. You know, I'm not sure, like... I understand it's pretty far along, and people are saying that it's pretty, you know, you're not, like, it's not bad as is, you know what I mean? Wait, did I get the far left tree in the block puzzle room? Hang on 1 second, let me check. I got the tree. That's far left tree. And the hidden... Wait, where the fuck is the hidden block? Oh, there it is. I hit it. Okay. It's already been hit. Second vine tree. That'd be this one. Must have already gotten it. And far right tree. Alright. Ooh, magical seed. Just 2 more until we're able to go to flower fields. Oh, there is a star piece panel in the ambush room. Let me get that as well. An egg. Let's beat these guys up. Oh, it occurs to me I could easily, I still don't have 1 enemy, okay. I still don't have that many ways to efficiently do damage to everyone, but I do have, Bombette, whose power bomb is randomly just 2 FP. Excellent. So 2 attacks like that, and they'll all be down for the count. I'm very curious about Deadlock, but also I have my doubts that I'll be into it, so, that's where I am with that. Oh, fuck you. Do I still have an AoE item on me? I think I threw all those away. Eh, whatever. I can at least, power bomb real fast, and then I'll kill the mage. Kill the last one. Excellent. Good. Do your worst, piranha plants. I'm just gonna let them hit me. Don't matter. They're all dead. And, well, I have plenty of health. I guess I could be playing this with riskier settings, but, I just think it's a bother to worry about leveling. If it was just that everything was scaled to the right level, and, you know, besides equipment and stuff, everything was just about the right strength, I think that would be cool, and I would do it that way. But every chapter is independently scaled, so I don't care for, I don't want to have to grind or anything while playing this, while doing a rando. Bah! Here, there's just, we gotta go up this thing. There's apparently a star piece panel. I hope it's on the ground because I don't want to have to climb the tree a second time. Now, do I? Oh wait, there was a star piece panel in the previous room and we got that, okay. No, there's just the thing up halfway up the tower. And, then the dude. Who's gonna head and, open the way to the dungeon. Lovely, good. How about another card? Y'all think Team Fortress 3 will ever happen? This is something I'm definitely thinking about with Overwatch being hot on my mind, and like Deadlock, a MOBA out of Valve in particular. Like, I do wonder if like there will ever be any interest in like making Ultra Boots. All right, good. It was correct and proper to do this area before going down to the basement and doing the Ultra Boots area. I made the correct decision. I feel good. It always feels good when you make the correct choice. The correct choices are easier, though, when there are areas where you can do everything and you are not missing anything by doing them right away. And there's, you know, if there's a guiding star in randomizers, do what you can do all of. Why are the Raven's feet so detailed? Because he's a cool guy, and we like him. Were they that detailed? Did they have toes? That's cool. There's not... how many, like, characters in this actually have toes and are not just, like, wearing boots where their foot is just an entire boot? You know, even the turtles, you know, even the animals wear boots in this universe. Do you call it toes when it's on a bird? Or would that be like talons or something? Or is there another name for it? When a bird's feathers are like extended, you know, like Kazooie is like waving around as if she has hands. Are those, you know, are those feathers like finger-like in a way? Actually, I guess there are like ancient birds that had fingers, so it's not like a. Oh, another great thing to get, the weight. I mean, I think actually with what we got right now, we could get into the basements without the weights, but so actually it makes no difference to us whether we have the weight or not, but still I like to see any major item regardless of whether we need it or not. Save here. Oh good, okay, that's a coin. That's nothing. Let's go down Ultra Hammer Way and take care of the Ultra Hammer Room. I do need to be thinking about panels and oh hey, Fortress Key. Now we can do all of now we can finish the fortress. I am noticing that one thing that the this tracker doesn't do that the previous web-based tracker did is that previously when a chapter entered Go mode in the online tracker, the chapter would glow. The chapter would light up a little bit, so it would indicate like, oh, you can go do it. I guess like no other no emo tracker that I've used works that way, so I guess it does make sense that this one doesn't either. But I thought that was a good feature, honestly, and I liked it. So note that if you're curious. I think this tracker is better so far as the map tracker is more convenient than the equivalent on the legacy tracker. But let me see, that's this room, and there's just a chest here. This room has the hidden block. I think we got that. Yeah, that's that. Hell yeah. So yeah, excited about, what the hell was I talking about? Team Fortress 3. I'm very curious if ever, you know, Valve would want to like, honestly, I'm kind of, I didn't need to do that, actually, now that I think about it for 2 seconds. I could just go in the back door, or use, or just use my Cloud Boy. It's all fine, it's all good, don't worry about it, just do what you can. Do whatever makes sense, or whatever you like to do, and it'll all work out. I'm very curious if like they'll do anything with that, because I do have really fond memories of TF2, and like before Overwatch, that was that game, you know. Like TF2, clearly a lot was taken from TF2 for by Overwatch, you know. Overwatch definitely, clearly, obviously takes tons of cues from Overwatch insofar as its modes, and so far as its like characters. A lot of characters are basically TF2 characters that, you know, are more mobile and more powerful than their TF2 equivalent, but still very much take after them. You know, like the Demo Man and Junkrat. Farah and Soldier. There's some clear influence there, some clear, like, obvious connection, and I'm surprised that they never, like, tried to take back that crown, and get, you know, the people back in. And I feel like it would be really cool if suddenly they were like, hey, you know, we're doing it now like Overwatch is doing, you know, it's Team Fortress 3, and, you know how previously we're doing, like, equipment loadout stuff? Yeah, all that stuff's gone. You know? And honestly, it would be justified to do a sequel in that way, because, like, yeah, no, there's a bunch of cruft as far as TF2 goes. Like, it kind of grew in a way that made it kind of impenetrable to get back into, and such that you had to like keep up to have like all the new items and all the new gear and all the new potential to how you build your heroes, your characters, your classes. Whereas like you know, Overwatch is just the characters are the characters are the characters, and I think that was a breath of fresh air when Overwatch did that. Which kind of makes Perks a little bit of a, oh, well, now the characters can be customized in 2 ways. Though not through a loadout, through like a in-game choice. Okay, weird. But like, I think it would be really cool if they were like, hey, you know, here's you know, Team Fortress 3, and now we have like 20, 30 classes, you know. Now, in addition to the Demo Man, the Soldier, the Spy, the Pyro, etc., now we just have a Knight that is basically your Demo Knight class, but made into a more proper thing. Oh, hey, that's a good one. That's another. Oh, well, we're nearing up being able to do Chapter 2 as well. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's a panel in this room. It's right here. It's a coin. Alright, let's beat this boss, and then let's head to, I think, well, there's that secret room we can do all of right now. Chapter 1. We can do all of Chapter 1 now. We should head to Chapter 1. Yeah, that's the next Star Spirit. That's the next thing. You know, we've now entered the phase where, like, we can just based on how much we've done and how much we've found, we are racking up chapter after chapter after chapter after chapter. Actually, I shouldn't mark this off until I've actually beat this boss. I do have Ice Attack on, and that's great. Ooh, and now we're doing 12 and 12. That's real nice. We might want to switch to our fish girly for round 2. Honestly, might have been a good idea for this round just to get these guys out of the way and save an attack. It's fine, it's good. I should do a power bounce. Perfect, lovely. I don't do enough power bounces in general. I just like to stack like power plus damage and not do any sort of like, you know, Mega Rush type bullshit. That's just not how I tend to play Paper Mario. I tend to prefer like the more casual, more brain empty approach, which you know, works well enough. I don't have a problem with. I could have absolutely gotten Sushi out using Sushi's turn, and then whatever. This'll stun him anyway. Not exactly perfectly done there, but whatever. We get another turn anyway because we're so cool and good. And yeah. They are back, but they don't get a move? Hell yeah. I think that'd be rad if they did a TF3. I'd definitely be interested in playing it. You know, I guess I'd say, like, there is some concern there insofar as, like, is there room in the market for a third, you know, in addition to Marvel Rivals? And I don't know. But what I do know is that I do think that I would like a TF3 more than I would like Marvel Rivals, and more than I would probably be more interested in playing it a good degree than I would in Marvel Rivals, and I played Marvel Rivals enough, and I thought Marvel Rivals was fun. So, you know, it's good. I would absolutely get, I would absolutely play some of that, and, you know, I'd be curious, like, what they would do as far as monetization, whether it would be, like, you know, I think at this point with, like, Overwatch 2's failed attempt at monetization of heroes, and like Marvel Rivals not doing it at all. I think the time has passed for like hero-based monetization. I say that. Deadlock being a MOBA, is it pay per hero? That is how Dota. Is that how Dota 2 was, or is that just League and Heroes of the Storm? I forget how that was in that's definitely how Pokemon is, and how Heroes of the Storm was. Anyway, we've done this, and we can do the 2 checks now. The 2 last checks in Lava Lava, and then we'll head Chapter 1 way, where we can do everything. It's not complicated. I don't have to show you nothing. I just know that we got everything we need, and it's that simple. Yellow Yoshi, I will give you the less valuable of the things, and you'll give me a shooting star. Well, that could be helpful. I'll give you Volcano Base, and you'll give me a coin. Alright, that's fine. Alright, there's the chest as well. So there's 3 chests. 3 checks, and then we'll head Chapter 1 way. Actually, you know what? It doesn't make sense to, like, teleport from here. To teleport back. We should go through the pipe and go down to Ultra Jump. The Ultra Jump area. That is right nearby. That is real fast. Let's do it. Okay. Let's, we're gonna warp away from here. So let me just go ahead and do this bit. Okay, that's nothing. Do that one. And then we'll do the spike zone. Yes, yes, yes. If they do a Overwatch TF3, I would be interested. Maybe with, like, Deadlock, they're kind of showing that, like, oh, we don't think that's the way forward. We think that more of a MOBA type thing is the niche that we're looking to do in the hero shooter space. And I'll say, like, you know, with Battleborn failing, it definitely is a niche that is not filled. The MOBA hero shooter is not a thing that is currently in extant. That's a great one to get right there. That's we just need one more item for chapter 7. Where are we with every chapter? Hang on. Inventory time. Chapter 1, we are ready to go. We can beat it. Chapter 2, we are 1 item away from beating it. Chapter 3, we are 2 items away from beating it. We need the 2 keys. Chapter 2, we need the third, we need a 3rd ruins key. Chapter 6. Chapter 6, we can, Chapter 6, we need 2 seeds and a bean. 3 items. And Chapter 7, we just need the bucket. 1 item. Okay. We're like, 1 item away on 1 world. And 2 items away on 2 worlds. And 3 items away on, the rest of them. We're coming down to it, folks. We're coming down to it. There continues to be less and less for us to find. And that's a good thing. What am I doing? Well, at this point, I might as well walk to the, Chapter 1 pipe. There's probably stuff we can do up top in Toad Town as well. But, let's focus on areas that are 100% doable, where, basically I can get nothing more. You know, there's nothing more for me to get that would unlock additional things that I can, additional checks down there. Let me mark off all of these on my tracker. You know what? While we're in the neighborhood here, there is one thing over there that we can get, which we did see was a real, actual check earlier on, which is this bit over here. We can go get this now that we have Paracarry. And, hell yeah. What else is up? What else is going on? Let me do another card. There's one more card I have that's related to hero shooters. And in particular, it's also the start of the news block. Hey, did y'all hear about, High Guard layoffs? The High Guard studio got some layoffs, and it seems done as well. Yeah, so High Guard sort of hit the ground, with a audible thud. People, played it. Some people thought it was okay. I saw some people certainly saying like, oh, this is all right. This isn't bad. But like a 3 out of 5 live game, just it don't have legs. It doesn't rake in the monetization, and like you probably won't see people investing in it if they don't think it's going to be around in 2-3 years. So all that to say, things do not look good for High Guard, and they have acted accordingly by instituting big layoffs, which I'll say again, given the circumstances, given like given the prospects of High Guard, that makes sense. But also, it is always a shame when layoffs hit any team in games industry and all that. It is always a shame when it is always a shame. What can I say? It's always a shame when they can't just stay employed. Layoffs suck no matter who is getting laid off. But when you get right down to it, it's just the thing that is so predictable and just the thing that is so obvious that you look at companies trying to get into the like the hero shooter space, and you just wonder like what the hell they're thinking. I guess I did just mention that like, oh, I would have liked to see if like I'd be curious what a TF3 would look like. I do think TF3, with how important TF2 was, could stand half a chance of making it. And clearly, they're busy making Deadlock. Those Valve is, as far as like shooters go, they're already trying a specific hero shooter, and it's doing quite well. So if anyone could do it, it'd be someone like Valve or an IP like Marvel. But basically, like the live service game space is just so competitive and locked down that I feel like anyone trying to get in there is just low-key nuts, you know what I mean? Just like, do you have a niche? Do you have a serious original idea? Do you have, like, something that someone isn't currently already on top of? Like, let's be real here. I think I said this last stream as well. Whether it was because we were also talking about High Guard then, which, was heading towards this particular fate, but hadn't gotten there yet. If you don't, you're not going to be Fortnite. You know what I mean? That's not going to happen. You might do okay. You might, like, challenge, like, one of the other incumbents if they're, like, on their back legs, like Overwatch was when Marvel Rivals launched. Like, that might be your avenue to success, but, like, I would not count on it. I would not count on it. I would not expect it to work out. And also, just, like, when it doesn't work out, you are fucked. It's not like, a online game like, oh, fuck me, what am I doing? I already did this, and I already got the check, and, fuck, now I have to do this shit. Whoops, my bad. I really wasn't thinking there. Why did that reset? I see a block, I hit a block. I'm not, I should try thinking more before I do things in this randomizer. It don't matter. Power bomb is going to kill these guys dead in 2 seconds. Eat shit, enemies. Anyway, the live game space is just so competitive, and it's not like with like a $70 retail game, right? Where it's like, oh, if I said tomorrow, like, I want to make a BioShock Infinite-like game, I want to make a new BioShock, basically. Go for it, man. It's not like you're competing with the original BioShock. People already bought it, they already played it, and they're not going to play it again, probably, unless they want to. But, like, a new game in, like, the platformer genre, in, like, you know, in any other genre, practically, isn't competing directly with its predecessors, isn't competing directly with its inspiration. You know, no one looks at, you know, Escape from Ever After, which I have not found time to play more of, let me say. I have not, played much more of since the last stream. No one looks at Escape from Ever After and says, like, oh, because I'm playing I'm gonna get Escape from Ever After instead of Paper Mario. No, you're gonna say, like, oh, that's like an indie Paper Mario? Okay, I like Paper Mario, so I'll have that. No one looks at an indie Fortnite and says, like, oh, it's like Fortnite? Okay, I'll play it. Because they already have Fortnite. And it still exists, and what's more, it's still getting tremendous content every year, every couple months or so. Like, the predecessors are still around. They're still competing directly and still starving out any like newcomer, unless they're at their nadir, unless they're on their last legs, you know. Like TF2 was kind of on last legs, I would say. I don't know if that's the common opinion, but like when Overwatch hit, I was so done with TF2. And like, you know, a game that like stripped out all the weird overhead stuff that TF2 had built up over time was just a tremendously good idea when Overwatch hit. Ooh, bean, that's great. This is great, fucking good pickup. We got the item at top, and here there's 2 more items in the next, there's 1 more item in the next room, and then it's boss time. Let's go, let's do this. I got bump attack, but I saw the hammer, and I knew I had it. So, I wonder if I'll be able to get through here without touching a single bullet bill. Let's find out. It doesn't matter. I have bump attack, and this is the randomizer, and I have higher stats than these guys, but I managed it all the same. Let's go. How's about that? That feels good when you can pull that off, you know? Also, with bump attack, those guys go down instantly. It's nice. And with sufficient level, you know, you have to be sufficiently leveled up. These guys are level 1. Even with, like, reasonably modest starting stats, you'd probably be able to bump attack them. This guy's gonna go down goddamn fast, considering that, we have, D down jump. And more than enough power to spare. These guys are also low-key fucked. They found us when we had, you know, full everything. I can finish these guys off right now with this shooting star, which I happen to still have. Lovely good. I love that. I'm happy. That's nice and quick. Let's go. Lovely. That's the 3rd chapter taken care of. You know, like an hour ago, we were sitting at like 0 star spirits, I think, like an hour ago. And now we're just, we've just knocked out a bunch real fucking fast. Like I said, things tend to come online pretty quick. The checks and then the areas we can finish start coming fast and furious. Remaining chapter-wise, we don't have enough to finish any individual chapter, I think. So we will have to think right here, right now, where do we go next? all these big companies, all these like independent, you know, people like Highguard, teams like that, investors funding teams like that, they are all betting essentially on becoming the next Fortnite. And I cannot stress how unlikely that is, and how basically you need to have either a very, very, very original idea that is like different enough from its contemporaries such that it can find a new niche for itself, you know, be made by the biggest teams in the world or the biggest brands in the world like Marvel or Valve, and probably also needs to compete on content. So like in the case of Marvel Rivals, it has now as much content as Overwatch has like 10 years in, which is to say a gargantuan amount of content that is just unbelievable at any scale. You sort of have to do that to compete in this market and to really have a shot of really getting good. So even like an original idea or like a hook, you know, like say Splitgate has, isn't enough to actually make it good. Even if everyone plays Splitgate and goes like, oh, this is really good, but I'm not going to spend money on it and I'm not going to play it forever. To these teams, please consider just making a $70 single-player campaign and having a multiplayer mode like Titanfall 2. Though I think I saw someone saying, wait, Titanfall 2 was a failure. It was a financial flop. Which I don't know if that's true. I mean, I think that Axiom Legends or Apex Legends made more money than it. That probably was for sure, but I think Titanfall 2 was a critical darling. Everyone loved it. And if it was a financial success or a failure, I'm kind of shocked by that, considering I do think it is the model of a game that did everything right, and, you know, is definitely one that should be emulated. You know, there is something back in Prologue real fast that we can get. One Prologue check that we can get now that we have the proper hammer. I do have Melody, and, I do have Melody and the thing. Is there anything? Hang on, I think there might be something I can get at the port. So let's just round up some things here in town real fast before we go anywhere in particular, but we should be thinking about where we're going next. Final thought on that whole situation. Again, you know, Highguard and you know, Splitgate I don't think has had its like total failure moment, but I feel like that is definitely coming, and you know, it's just feels inevitable with the state of the industry, with the competition that they face, that they're just gonna get shot down just so easily, just so quickly, so effectively, and they really have no right to be surprised that this happened this way. You know, it's a gamble, and the odds are not good. If they pay off, they can pay off pretty big, but I don't know, man. Just tremendous amounts of risk, and I don't see success in the future of any current live game that is coming, that is on the way. Is there any live game that people are expecting to be big, that people are expecting to be successful? We want to go here, and we want to go through the prologue pipe. Wait, no, it's the other one. Fuck. Blah. I don't know, but it is sad, but also I just wish that we could get more AAA box games, you know? I feel like Splitgate could be a really good single-player campaign, you know? Splitgate has a really good gimmick, and, like, I could imagine, like, a Halo-style campaign in the Splitgate universe. I could imagine that. And I wish they would just do that, instead of trying to chase, like, I don't even know, Halo Infinite. Are the Splitgate guys chasing Halo Infinite? For the record, Halo Infinite is, like, canceled? Stopped being developed? Didn't go the distance? Like, even Halo can't become a live game. So, maybe like, consider that before going all in on Splitgate. Try making the Titanfall 2 of Portal, shooters. That I would like. I would pay $70 for that. You know, I've not paid a dime for Splitgate, despite really liking it originally, and, you know, feeling like Splitgate 2 was kind of a step down, and Arena Reloaded was, still not, quite to the level of the original Splitgate. But I would pay money if you gave me a campaign to pay for. I would. I would. Let's have a look at the map here and see what it is we can do, because I don't know there's very much. Toad Town tunnels, everything's good. We did all of Chapter 1. Chapter 2's mountain and desert are pretty much donezo. There is an additional check or two we can do with the composer, and with the composer, now that we have a certain pickup in the dry ruins town. And additionally, there is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things we can get in dry ruins at present. 7 checks, 8 in dry ruins way. Okay, what about Boo? Boo, we can do. This is actually, Boo actually has a bunch, because there's a shop here, and that's like 6 items. So, and then we can also go all the way into Boo, Gusty Gulch and get 3 things there, and a whole fucking bunch, pretty much everything but the final hallway, as far as Tubba Blubba's castle goes. I think that's better than Desert. I think that's more than what Desert has. Meanwhile, Lava Island's all done, so nothing there. We can't get into Flower Fields, and we cannot get deeper into Shiver Region until we get the bucket, at which point we'll be able to do all of Shiver Region. So yeah, it's either going to be Gusty Gulch or Boo's Mansion, or it's either going to be the Ghost Town Chapter 2 or Chapter 3 or Chapter 2 Desert Town. I think I think Chapter 3 is the most lucrative right now. We're headed back there. Excellent. Very good. I have more news. I have more news stories here on cards. Let's pop them and talk about them. Speaking of layoffs and studio closures in relation to AAA games and live games, Blue Point Games, the developers of 2 Sony, yeah, I got 2 mutated cats so far, yeah, and I've given them both away to the guy who's looking for them, Rock Party. Blue Point Games, they developed their Sony studio, and they did the remakes of what was it? Demon Souls, I guess. Was it Demon Souls or Dark Souls? Either way, they did the remake of that was critically acclaimed, and they also did a big successful remake of what was the other one they did a remake of? They also did a remake of was it another Souls-like or something else? I forget, but they're basically a remake studio that does big budget, highly successful remakes, and Sony has closed them down, saying that, like, oh, they're, it's not tenable to develop games with them, which is just one of those things that happens where you go like, oh, shit. Even if you have a successful studio, which I think, personally, what are we doing? This is not the, right, I forgot I was going to Ghost Town. I sort of got caught up in my tangent. 1 second. At the very least, we got that check knocked out, and we now know that, that one thing is nothing. That's, that was a very quick one that we could just, get for free, practically, without, much to do. I'll just, mark that on my tracker real fast, and then, yeah, we're going to the mansion. Anyway, I'll say, like, I've never played any of their games, and, like, you know, the 2 remakes that they did were not, for me. But I will say, I do think it is crazy to close down a studio that does good work, you know? Like, if there's one thing that's hard in the games industry, it's making a good game. and getting the team together that can put out guaranteed hits. And by Sony just saying, like, we see no value in a studio that is proven, has a proven track record, and is able to just make quality games that sell well, quality remakes, and, you know, they have plenty of games to remake, such as those God of War remakes that they just fucking announced. It's not like they don't have games that Blue Point could work on. It's just that, you know, it's cheaper to make games outside of America, outside of the United States. And shit, man, if it's not a bad sign, shit, man, it is, I think, a pretty bad sign when, like, big company like Sony just basically says, like, we give up, we're just closing the studio. And it's not because, like, they're bad or they're not, like, pulling their weight. It's just because, like, this whole country is is dead to us as far as being able to economically develop games here. That is alarming. Let's see what this chest is, and we'll have to watch a cutscene even if it's nothing. It's nothing. Okay. It's alarming to see that announcement come through. It's alarming to see, even if you don't care about remakes of Sony games. Just, you know, not even that they're not viable. Like, I think they clearly could make a profit on a remake made in America. Clearly, they've definitely done it before with the previous 2 remakes that studio did. It's just that they can do it for cheaper elsewhere. They'd be crazy not to make more money elsewhere, but I don't know, man. I hate that for the American. Bucket! Bucket, bucket, bucket! There's the bucket! Yo! Bucket, that's a big, big fucking get right there. With the bucket, we can go beat chapter 8. In fact, I think actually right now it is the best thing that we can do right now to just go to chapter 8 immediately. Yes, or not chapter 8, chapter 7, sorry. Chapter 8 is the final chapter that, you know, we get at the end after we get all the Star Spirits. We can go to Ice Town now that we have the bucket, and we can do everything there. And we have, like, all the other items that would govern Iceland checks, so we will be able to get everything under the sun while we're there, which is what we want from a place that we go. Which is what we want from a place that we go here in the randomizer, so big fucking great thing. Let's go do it. I am feeling pretty pumped, pretty good. We are making tremendous progress. You know, at the 2-hour mark, 2.5 hour even, when we have 0 Star Spirits. 7 Star Spirits in like 5 to 7 hours is looking, you know, is starting to look pretty grim. But, you know, I've done this many times before, and I know basically how long it takes, and I know that when you get to a certain point, things just start lining up. You start having checked basically everywhere, and the amount of places that remain are limited. So, you know, it all comes down to it. It's all slowly and surely. Can we get everything? Let me check here real fast. Shiver region. Let's have a look. This area? Yes, everything. Crystal Palace? Yes, everything. Ooh, those are the 2 places. Yes, everything. Right here, right now, let's go do it. And, also, we want to go turn in the bucket and the thing, but also once we do that, we want to, like, double back into town and get the go sleep in the inn, because that gives us a bunch of items that, you know, we could be something. I mean, at this point, nothing will, by the way, isn't feeling fine, doesn't that give me, like, I think I learned relatively recently that, yeah, feeling fine prevents you from freezing. What the fuck? I never knew that, and I always struggle with the boss of this world, so Yeah, pro tip, by the way, if you didn't know, feeling fine makes it so that the fucking ice guy at the end of the world can't fucking freeze you. It's a good thing, and you should definitely equip it and not ignore it for 20 years like I did. Don't be like me. It's a really good badge, actually, and I think it's not that expensive to equip either. At least original style in the original game. Non-randomizer and all that. Pretty affordable, typically. That's a whole lot of nothing. I'll say that again once we get to the thing. Once we get to the thing. You know, as a PSA. You know, you could be like me, just constantly getting frozen and being like, oh god damn it, this boss is so hard. You have to dodge everything. And honestly, that to a certain degree, to me anyway, he's harder than Final Bowser. Insofar as like, yeah, every fucking dodge is super important. And, you know, in the kit that you have, you know, none of your partners have a way of like freeing you from the ice, but feeling fine makes you feel fine. I think there's a block here. Yep. Ooh! Ruins key! That means we can finish Ruins now. Though we can't get everything in Ruins. It would take one more Ruins key to be able to, like, complete 100%, get every check in Ruins. But, maybe by the time we're, maybe we won't need to do that at all, even. Maybe we'll be, 100% good. So yeah, Blue Point closed. Real shame. This one, right? And we have to fight anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. So Blue Point closed. I think that's a damn shame. And I hope that all those people at Blue Point fucking land on their feet and all that, you know. I'm hoping the best for them. And yeah, such and such and such and such. Really, I do hope that they all manage to find their way, and ideally I hope that they can find a way not making live games. I think that was part of it, you know. I actually didn't mention that, like, apparently what they were working on was a God of War live game that got canceled. You know, Sony famously went all in on live games recently, despite everything what we have been saying about, like, it being a difficult space to get into, and, like, very few managing it. You know, I guess Helldivers is the one success out of that initiative that they've had, and other than that, like, just zero, just nada, just like, yeah, there's no Last of Us live game. They haven't even gotten through development, much less, you know, found a success. I guess the one that got out of development was the one that failed, Concord. You know, famously, the biggest failure in recent years as far as, all that stuff goes. I say that. Highguard's probably also up there. Highguard wasn't Concord like a that was a game that you had to pay for, actually, Concord. So, and also you probably had to pay for PSN as well. There were multiple things that prevented people from even trying Concord or being interested in it. I guess that proves that it's not just being a free-to-play thing. It's also just live games in general. Like, that's all right out. You know, that's all just hard to do. Sony made a big mistake in going all in on live games, and it is disappointing to see that their reaction to that fizzling out, that panning out, is cancel everything and close the studios. Like, what? You know, Sony corporate, whoever was shot calling, whoever made that decision to go heavy and hard into live games, they're the ones who fucked up. They're the ones who screwed up, and yet, you know, it's all the studios that get to pay the price for their misadventures in live games, you know? And they can't just turn around and make a non-live game because, well, you know, a AAA game making AAA profit, I guess just doesn't... I guess doesn't just, doesn't fucking make the cut. Doesn't, like, isn't quite economical enough. I got the 3 items in that room, and now we're heading into Crystal Palace, which, has a bunch. Let's go. Let's do it. We should head across the other way and do the other side first, which, by the way, we had the red door, so that'll be the one that we use. We will not use the blue door because it is just a worse version of the red door and does not have any items behind it, so it's pointless to do. Alright, there's our first check. There's a couple checks here in the first area, like on either side, you know, this side or the far side or near side. We're gonna start with the far side because that way we can open the passageway and get things nice and good. We can open this and then we'll be able to get all the chests here, and they'll be able to get all the chests on the other side. And then we just have to move forward. And then there's a bunch more chests, like, deeper in. After some, I think we will have to fight some guys. We will have to fight some guys, but we are well equipped. We never found a, Quake Hammer yet. Quake Hammer would be lovely if we could get that. That would be really handy on the couple of fights we do have to do. Just in terms of, like, getting them done real quick-like and all that, but, whatever is good. We already got that one. It's just, undoes it when you don't collect the thing. Unhits itself. Lovely. It's depressing what's going on there. It's depressing that, like, big companies seem to have given up on regular-ass games. At least developed in the United States, especially. And other, you know, first world parts of the world, I guess. Other nations that are big. You're a regular one, right? Second one? It's always the second one. Fortunately, we don't have to fight these guys if we don't miss. Well, I guess it would be a quick fight if we did. Definitely would be a quick fight. Do I have Quake Hammer? If I have Quake Hammer, I would like to use it. Let me just double check. Still no Quake Hammer. Though I can equip a quick change. That's probably good to have for flexibility's sake. And being able to put in whoever makes sense, no matter what. A nice thing, I'll say. I mentioned earlier the Escape from Ever After, which is like a, it's like a Paper Mario-like game. A smart thing that it does is it lets you switch characters, switch partners for... Not partners, just like characters. Even the main character can be swapped out. It lets you swap characters on the first turn for free. Like, as a free action of a battle. Which just really helps for that, like, oh, I got into a battle and I was not expecting to. And I was not thinking about which partner would be most relevant for the battle. That's just really nice for that quality of life sake, without necessarily making it so that, you know, without necessarily making it so that it doesn't matter at all which partner you're rolling with. You still have to think about it a little bit, but yeah, it's really cool and smart, but you know, it is just sort of it's all right. It's pretty good. I just haven't found time for it amongst, like, Mugenics and other S-tier games all coming out relatively recently, and Overwatch becoming big again. Also, it is a game where I kind of think that I want to pay attention to the plot, so, and the writing, so I probably shouldn't play it, like, you know, idly. Man, I wish I had some sort of AoE. Oh, I do! I have Starstorm now, okay. Right, I have enough, Star Spirits for Starstorm. Let's... Maybe save that for the next fight, actually, because there's gonna be 4. That's a bigger crowd than this. Yeah, yeah. Do this, and then next time we'll Star Storm at him. And we have only 3, so we can only do 1 Star Storm before being pretty much out for the count until the next time we it'll be pretty much the next time that we beat a boss, you know. We're not gonna level up or anything. One more fight here. Let's do it. How about another card while I'm just doing this last fight real quick? Did y'all hear just today, this is another piece of breaking news. Phil Spencer retiring from Xbox, and the new boss, Phil Spencer, head at Xbox, the boss of Xbox. The new boss is from the IP department. Is from the AI. I did the wrong initials there. AI side of Microsoft. That's not good. That's not good at all. Apparently, dude did have a hand-picked successor, like, you know, sort of waiting in the wings, but she is not... Oh shit, I didn't realize Starstorm costs 1 randomly. Okay, I could have totally afforded a Starstorm there. Multiple Starstorms. I could Starstorm non-stop, honestly. I should just be busting out, like, as many Starstorms as we have turns of battle. Okay, that's pretty nice. 1 star energy Starstorm? That's sick. That's amazing. Okay, whenever we have the opportunity to use that Starstorm, we will. And, you know, I think that we can just spam it low-key every chance that we get, with it costing 1 randomly. All the costs are shuffled amongst the star moves. I need to remember that, because that is critical. Cool. Blew me up. All right. Let's continue. Let's do this. We got it. This is another thing where it'll be basically free. You know, this is free in the original because it's a joke, but it'll at least be a fast joke. I think in the original you can, like, glitch. You can, like, totally get through the door somehow without doing this whole rigmarole. It's nice here that it skips the whole, it skips a lot of the dialogue, and it's just fast. That's great about the randomizer. The randomizer is really nice. You know, obviously the writing is good, and you should, you know, if you've not played the game before, oh hey, another ruins key. That's absolutely what we want to see. That means that, folks, ruins are up next. That's where we're going next, by the way. We have everything that we need for ruins, meaning that we can get every check and leave nothing behind. Lovely. So yeah, that is all not good news. Phil Spencer, you know, for all the issues that happened during his reign, as far as, like, you know, the kerfuffle with Always Online, which totally basically cost them maybe all the generations since that announcement was made, you know, since Xbox One. Game Pass has been a mixed bag of blessings, whether it's, you know, being pretty successful in a pretty compelling package, but also bankrupting the game development side, allegedly. I feel like someone didn't do their accounting right, and just was looking at, like, no, sales are down! It's like, but we're making a bunch of money through a service. Does that not make up for it? It's money per month. It's money per year. Come on, guys. This is what you wanted. But that all got, like, screwed up, and I feel like, you know, part of that was on him. You know, I think that it probably wasn't his doing, honestly. Like, that, a lot of the price hikes probably came from the fact that they bought Activision Blizzard and had to pay for an Activision Blizzard. And as a result, basically everything had to double in price. They had to start getting greedy because Activision Blizzard was one of the biggest acquisitions in history. And look, with the benefit of hindsight, I think we can see that was a mistake. That was an error, and they probably shouldn't have done that. They probably shouldn't have done that. I think they probably regret their decision there. And I guess of, like, the things that Phil Spencer will be known for, like, that was a big one. That was definitely, like, right up there. Just fucking up so majorly with the acquisition of Activision Blizzard that, like, the weight of the entire corporation comes down on you and says, like, wait, you guys really need to make every fucking penny now because you just spent an ungodly sum. One of the biggest acquisitions in history. This cannot be a loss center anymore. You gotta fucking make some goddamn money now. Get fucking serious. And, like, I think since then, you know, the fact that they've been in that mode while being last place in the industry, being last place in the console industry, has just been ridiculous, you know? Just like, oh, this is the time that you start trying to, like, milk people for Game Pass money? Now? You're jumping the gun. You know, you haven't become a Netflix net. You're not ubiquitous enough to really start demanding Netflix rates. You're just gonna get yourself Paramount Plus. Even if there's no alternative yet. You're just... It's been a bad time, I guess, in the recent past for Microsoft and Xbox. And I feel like definitely looking at that, just realizing, like, oh, the AI person is in charge now. The lady who joined Xbox literally 2 years ago. That's, woo, that's not good. That's just, alarming in so many ways. Just like, oh, that's where your priorities are, huh? Anyway, I don't know what's going to come of that. I don't know if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, I think I do have a pretty good idea. I do think that Xbox is pretty much cooked, pretty much done, but we'll see what happens, and I do not see myself getting in the next Xbox, I'll say that much. Honestly, I don't see myself getting the next PlayStation either. The PlayStation 5 is more than powerful enough for anything that on a 4K television, which is about the limits of my eyesight anyway, even, you know, post-LASIK and all that. I mean, I'm only going to get older. My eyesight is only going to get worse. Honestly, 1080p is probably good enough for my dumb ass, for my eyes. Pro tip! Pro tip for y'all on this Iceman. Oh, is he not going to do his big move? Is he not going to try to freeze me? I didn't know this until very recently. Ah, that's simpler and faster than chaining a bunch of those things together. Let's just go with that and get rid of those guys with the power bomb. He'll start trying to freeze me any second now. I didn't know this for 12 years, but you can avoid being frozen by equipping Feeling Fine. I did not know that for 20 years. I just fought this guy and had to time the action command every time to avoid getting frozen and avoid getting worked over. And you know it's terrible when you get frozen, you know? You have to stay in frozen mode for like 3 turns. Your partner is the only one who can attack. And then, like, if you fuck up the action command the next time, you're immediately back frozen again, and it just kind of blows. Don't be like me. Use Feeling Fine and avoid that thereafter. I don't know where you find Feeling Fine in the base game or how much it is, but it's probably really cheap, and it's probably not that hard to find. I imagine that you can get it by this point in the game, right? Google it! Insert Wikipedia page where it says where it is right here. if there's a YouTube short. Put it right here, right there, and god damn it, stop healing, my man. Let me kill you. He's so close to being dead. He's so close to being dead. There you go. That's pro tip for you. Don't be like me. Okay, now he's dead. You run your PC on 1080 for full graphics settings? Yeah, I don't have a 4K monitor yet on my PC. I just go I'm just 1080 as well. I feel like that's the best way to go right now. It's just real nice and fine, you know, and everything runs great. And also you can run everything full max settings while streaming at the same time, which is lovely to do. There we go, we took care of him and we didn't get frozen once. Lovely. That's what we want to do every time into the foreseeable future. And I will do that every time into the foreseeable future. Done. Fourth chapter done. Nice. And, what's more, we can go right to the second chapter and take care of that. You know, maybe there might have been a good time for a timestamp earlier on when we started being able to do chapters, like, one after another. Like, there's been a pretty good run of just, like, chapter finish, chapter finish, chapter finish, chapter finish, chapter finish. It's been pretty goddamn good as far as our luck goes, as far as, like, you know, getting the last item for each individual chapter. We've been on a real hot streak for the last, like, 2 hours or so, and we continue being on that hot streak. Go mode wise, where are we? 2 keys for chapter 3. Wait, we got the bean, didn't we? Yeah, we got the bean. Hang on, I didn't mark the bean earlier. How are we for seeds? Feel like that's our, yeah, we still have 2 seeds left and 2 chapter 3 keys left. So we have 4 items that we need to find right now to get into the last finish the last two worlds. So this is yeah. Who joined my Minecraft world? All heck nah. What do you mean, Brown Diddley? I'm missing context for this this chat message that you've made. Chapter 2, let's go do it. I can show the tracker here, but it just basically says, like, hey, all the checks in the thing are doable, and also we can, all the checks are doable, and we can beat the boss as well. I think it's a bummer that Microsoft has fallen. Basically, Xbox is gone, and that, like, Sony doesn't have much competition for the high end of systems, but honestly, I feel like everything is going to go to a Switch to, like, a hardware type thing next generation, and, like, there's really no need for it not to do, right? Like, a Switch 3 will probably be powerful enough to power any possible thing that you could throw at it, short of, like, 8K, which, yeah, I really think there's really room for just one more generation, and it's like a generation of Switches, you know? And if you like the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo's going to be your best bet for that generation. Or Steam Deck. Probably Steam Machine. I think Steam and Nintendo, those are the 2 things that I'm looking for in the future as far as, like, consoles go. I mean, I guess, like, hey, you know, I honestly, I'm saying this now, Astrobot. I was about to say, like, I don't know what Sony could lure me in with, but I'm gonna bet that the next Astrobot can probably run on PS5, right? Hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe they'll be like, no, it's a tech demo again. It's exclusive. It's like 8K and has like 50 million particle effects at once. I don't know. I think it'd be hard to outpace that. Also, there's no chips, there's no memory, there's no storage. Everything is fucked right now until AI dies, so I guess, hey, maybe get used to the Switch too. if you're not already pretty much used to the Switch 2 and your current PlayStation console. Yeah, things are not going to be good for a bit as far as that goes, as far as like new hardware goes, huh? That's all. In general, things are pretty grim right now. I feel like the Switch 2 is the only Switch 2 and things like the AYN Thor. Like if I were to say like what I have the most hope for in the future, you know, obviously I do think that maybe a Switch 3 would be perhaps like the last generation of consoles that you'd ever need. So I do think they need to do one more console generation after this one, but I think they still need to do several different generations of AYN products, and someone needs to make a 360 emulator that works. Someone needs to make an Xbox One emulator that works on Android. Someone needs to make PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4 and get them all working on Android devices like this one with reasonable performance. And I think that would be, I think that's the future, really. I think that's like what I expect to be spending money on in like 10 years. You know, I expect to skip the Xbox, whatever. I expect to skip the Xbox, the Sony PlayStation 6. And, I think conversely that, the AYN Thor 2 is gonna be pretty sick. I mean, I'll say right now, ooh, another seed, perfect, lovely. Oh, that's great to see, that's a sight for sore eyes. We now have only one thing to get for, the other one, the forest chapter. That's great. That's good. We can kill these guys for an item, and with bump attack, it's real damn easy. I think even if you were doing this like with less generous settings, you'd still be able to do this, because by this point we have spin attack, we have first attack, and even with casual settings, we probably would have be mid-level by this point. I think even if I was doing it more like a challenging style, you know, maybe if I only said okay, give me 20 health, 20 FP rather than 50, and I wouldn't give myself 30 BP because I think it is interesting to be able to equip as many badges as humanly possible. Well, even if I was doing that, I think bump attack, first attack, etc., which we would have found randomly by this point, would have been able to clean up those guys instantly. So, you know, it's kind of funny how much you can skip. I say that settings-wise, those badges existing really make this randomizer real damn convenient, real damn combat-free. Maybe some would see that as a negative, but I like it. I really do. And it really makes it a fast one, and it really makes it so that you're just running around checking a million things. And that's kind of what I like to do in a randomizer, you know? Just run around and check a million things and get excited every time I see something major. Storeroom in Toad's Top. That is a good thing to get. It, I believe it is, storeroom, yes. What's the odd key? I don't know what the odd key is. That doesn't ring a bell. That's a good one. That'll let us get several additional checks back in Toad Town. Lovely, good. Let's go down there. Let's get this. Also, we'll get this while we're here. At this point, Goombario is going to be my next upgrade. I really don't care for Parakarry. I don't like using him in battle. I don't like his action commands or anything. So I avoid using him as much as possible. Well, that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to avoid using him. That's nothing, so I'm just going to turn around and not trigger the guy. That is smart to do and saves a second. Meanwhile, here, I always can remember it by looking at the tracker. The tracker has the 3 stones in order. The 3 stones on the tracker is exactly how the pattern that you're supposed to put them into. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's it for gaming news. I think we've covered all the gaming news that I intended to cover on this here stream. So, I think we just got like a few more cards left. And they are all relating to other things for a change. Talking about other stuff and so forth. Isn't that nice? Pokey fight and item on ledge. Got both of those. Oh wait, did I get the fucking... Did I forget to get the pokey thing on ledge? I noticed that I saw it was a seed, but did I actually go fucking get it? Yes, I did. Okay, I just didn't track it on my tracker. There we go. Okay, we're good. 2 final checks here. That's a coin, so that's nothing. And that's also a coin, so that is also nothing. Very good. We just got a boss here to do. And this will be a nice and quick one, considering that it's a early game. What's the best for this, I wonder? Maybe sushi with the squirt. Maybe we just do some squirting on him. Yeah, I'm gonna say squirt. I'm gonna say we squirt him a couple times, and also do the big jump on him. How about a card while we're doing this boss? Yes, okay. Did y'all see Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green are on the eShop for money? Oh, right, I forgot about that bit of gaming news. That was yesterday. See, it's good that I have these cards because I totally fucking forget major things that happened the night before. The night before a stream, if you let me. Right, yesterday, Nintendo announced, or rather, it went on the eShop as, like, coming soon, saying, like, yeah, they're selling Fire Red and Leaf Green on the eShop for money. So not part of Classic Collection, not free, and also you buy each version individually for $20. Leaf Green, $20. Fire Red, $20. Different languages of either of these. Like, the English version is $20. If you want the French/German version, I'm not sure if that's like the language split. If you want the version with a couple different languages on it, that's also $20. If you want the Japanese version, that's also $20. They didn't change it so that they would all be built in or anything. It does support Pokemon Home, which is cool. That is a good thing to support. But goddamn, man, that is definitely a weird thing to do, and honestly, I don't like it very much. You know, I feel like we all looked at Game Boy Online, Game Boy's Classics Collection now it's called, and Game Boy Advance Classics Collection, and we said to ourselves, you know what? One day the Pokemon games are going to be on there. You know, they were on Virtual Console before for money. And some of them were, at least. And I think they'll eventually be for free on there. But, you know, or I say for free. As part of a $20 to $50 a year subscription. And, nope. They're for money. They are premium. And you can't just get them. There's one more check in the desert now that we've beaten the dungeon. So, let's go and knock that out. And then, we'll figure out where we need to go next. If you're wondering, I don't think I'm gonna get it. I think if I were to play the old Pokemon games, you know, I'll say, for what it's worth, I've never used Pokemon Home. I've never, is it like a premium thing? Now that the tent is gone, you can get this item here, by the way. I thought it was gonna be like a cool key. I think we got all the keys that look like that, by the way, but I was still excited to see it. They really got me there, got me good. After you finish the dungeon, you can come get here for an additional check here in the randomizer. or like some bullshit in the original game. It's like, I don't even know what it has, a coin or something. It's not that interesting. Let's get the fuck out of here. We're done here. We're done in the desert. No more desert. We've gotten everything here. Okay, where are we at right now? We basically finished a lot of chapters, so we're basically down to it. There's some additional stuff we can get here. We can get the storeroom now that we have the storeroom key. So that basically finishes off Toad Town. The tunnels are all, the sewers are all finished out. Chapter 1 is finished out. Chapter 2 is finished out. Chapter 3 has stuff in it. Gusty Gulch and Tubblebubble's Castle is pretty much we can do everything short of finishing it right now. Did we get a second key for that? I think we're still on 1 key, but 1 key is enough to get most of the checks there. So yeah, that's something. And wait, can we literally not go to? Yeah, so chapter 4 is pretty much done. Lava is done. Chapter 5. We can't get into flower fields, and we finished out chapter 7. Yeah, no, Tubblebubble's Castle is the last place that's available. Okay, sure. Well, let's go. Let's we can't finish it yet, but we will get either 1 more seed there or the keys to finish that chapter. If we could get 1 more seed, we'll be able to finish I mean, the seed must be there. It must be there somewhere. But if we could also get the keys there, that'd be really nice and convenient and would save us it would mean we'd be in go mode basically. We are very close right now to go mode. We're 3 items away right now, so jot that down, make note of that. The end is near. Things are going quite well. We're 4 hours in, and we're fixing to be done around 5 hours, 5, maybe 6, not 7, unfortunately. As nice as that would be for brain rot purposes, you know, just 5, 6, which is nothing. That's not anything. No one care that. Lovely. Okay, let's go do that. And we'll get all the checks along the way. Glusty Gulch. There's a ton of checks that we can get here. There's 3 on the way in the area past where we were the last time we were here, which was before we got Parakarry. So, you know, before we got Parakarry. And, yeah. I think I will put a timestamp in the VOD where the hot streak began. Because there was a real hot streak once we started being able to finish worlds. We've just been on a real good hot streak. The hot streak is kind of cooling off a little bit. We cannot finish this world right now, but logically, we will be able to finish a world by the end of this, by the time we've checked everything here. And, I'm happy with that. Get all the things in that. Block by Goomba, item behind rock, block at the top of the hill. Let me double check that last room just to be absolutely safe, because I do not want to leave any item behind, and I was not counting how many that I got. So there's that, there's the thing behind the thing, and the other thing was a badge. Yeah, I can grab that real fast. Right. And it's not there, it was down here. Where it was, we got it. Okay, we're good, we're good. Definitely want to make sure we're not leaving anything on the table. The worst thing that can happen is we get to the last check and we don't got it. And that just means that we missed something along the way. Alright, that's nothing, so we can mark that off, just a mushroom. I guess actually what we should do here, I'm kind of remembering how I do this now that I get back into this. What we start with is by going right, going through a key door, the 1 key door that we can open, by the way, and then we go to 2nd floor, we come down from there, and also open the shortcut back up. So we will do that, and yeah. What was the last thing I was talking about? Oh yeah, Pokemon. I'm not really the type to do Pokemon remakes. I really never got into them as a kid, and if I were to get them, I would get I would surely legally acquire one, no matter how expensive they might be, actually. And I would back up a version, and I would back up both of them, you know, legally acquired, and I would put them on my AYN Thor, and I would play it that way. I've never done the online box service. I've never put Pokemon in Pokemon Box. So, like, that really just doesn't interest me much. That's just not something that I go for. And, you know, I kind of think of it as a shame that that stuff could not just be integrated into online. Like, that was my kind of big wish. Not for box, just for, like, integration between, like, Pokemon Stadium and, like, between, like, Pokemon Stadium. Ooh, shit. Need bow out. Between, like, Pokemon Stadium and the Game Boy games, you know? Like, it would have been lovely if you could play Pokemon Stadium and get your Pokemon from the Game Boy games and have that be in Classics Collection. God damn it. That would have been great, but that's not what it is. That's not what they're offering. That's not in the cards. And I think that's a damn shame. I think that's a missed opportunity. And, you know, I would really like it if Pokemon Company could be a little more cool. I guess that's their thing, you know? It's like, hey, they've always been running around being like, full price for 2 versions. You want one version, someone else gets the other version. You know, they're never just gonna say like, okay, this is an old game. You just buy the one version now. Except in the cases where it's like, hey, we made a 3rd version, and you can just buy this 3rd version if you wanted to. At which point you already have the other 2 versions, so you're not gonna get the 3rd version. Though more recently they started doing like a 3rd and a 4th version, which I think was really egregious, honestly. I think that was nuts that they did it that way. We can beat Flower Fields now, and that's cool and all, but you know, it's not we should at least we're gonna finish off this area before we leave. I'll say that much, and get all the checks here. For this last one, we drop down here, get the thing on the table, which is that. Then we go down this way to the basement to get one more check, and then there's one more check. There's 2 more checks before we leave, basically, for Flower Fields, which is our next destination. Coming down to it. We're almost in go mode, folks. We're almost in go mode. We can get another key here before we leave. I would love to just, like, get the last 2 checks here. Literally the last 2 checks, but, I guess we'll see. I mean, if we got the last 2 checks, we would know instantly once we got the last item that we were in go mode. Whereas, like, it could be in these last 2 checks that are before the last key door. You know, it could be in either of those last 2 checks, at which point, you know, we can't get those until later. Which would be, unfortunate. If that sounds good to you, if you don't mind paying, I still hope that they might integrate, you know, Pokemon Stadium into that whole thing eventually. I think it's a shame that you know, basically you have to depend on rental Pokemon, which is what I had to do as a kid, to be clear. Like, I'm already used to rental Pokemon and Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2, but there's a better way of doing that, and that's the most basic integration. Is it not possible to make GBA games 16:9? It's not. Yeah, I don't think that it is. You would have to, like, stretch the pixels for that, because the aspect ratio isn't quite that. We're warping home, by the way, and going to the last world of the randomizer. You'd have to stretch the pixels, and, yeah, it's better to just leave some space on the top and bottom, and, not worry about it otherwise. Wish that I had stretched it out. Here's a nice thing the randomizer does. She just sets down all the seeds all at once. Isn't that great? Don't you wish that was in the original game too? There must be like a quality of life patch for the original game that adds stuff like that. That would be really cool. By the way, if you're wondering, did we get the... Hang on. Yeah, we do have the crystal berry. Why is that? I must have accidentally unclicked that at some point, because we do have that. By the way, if you're wondering, check-wise, we can get everything here. And logically, there's at least one... The key is here. The last key that we're looking for is here, as is maybe the other key, though the other key could be back in Chapter 3, though we will not find out until we check every goddamn check here. Which route do we want to do first? Or do we want to just knock out the big boss man first? Let's knock out the big boss man first. Fuck it. Let's just, Oh, we do have to destroy the sun machine before, the cloud machine before we can do that. So let's start with, doing the cloud route, which I do believe is, this way. And we can do all these checks while we're at it. Okay. There's that vine in particular. Then we have to solve the puzzle. There's, I think we've gotten almost all the upgrade things in the game as well at this point, which is nice. Yeah. Ooh, my nose. I wish it was, less weird during the spring season. I don't like the spring season that much. I don't know what's gonna happen with I'm kind of surprised that, like, Fire Red and Leaf Green were the particular ones. Like, I'm kind of surprised that, like, Ruby Sapphire, even, like, Red and Blue original style. Like, I kind of would expect Yellow and Silver and, you know, all the original ones to be put up before Fire Red and Leaf Green, but, hey, whatever. I'm curious if they will show Wind and Wave in the Presents. Oh, when is that Presents? I did not see when that Presents is. I think I was hearing people talk about it. It sounds like it's pretty soon. Ground Pound Arch? Oh, I have to ground pound the arch here. 1 second. I forgot about that. February 27th? Ooh, it's next Friday. So, by the next Friday stream, we will know, like, all about Wind and Wave and all that. Okay, that's nothing. Can mark that off. That's exciting. Okay, I really like. I'll say for my part, I really do think I really do think that the games get better as they go. And I really did like the last two, though I didn't go much for the DLC. I didn't do much DLC stuff, but I did really enjoy, like, exploring the whole world and doing all the gyms and catching whatever Pokemon I please. I think it's really cool in the latest games how, like, you know, there's just a billion Pokemon to catch at any one time. You know, it's not like the originals where it's like, you do these routes in these orders, and these routes have, like, 5 Pokemon on them. You know? Like, at any one time, you basically have, like, 3 electric types, 3 water types, 2 fire types, maybe a bug type maybe a couple bug types. A lot of bug types end up early on. I think that ends up with a less interesting progression. Versus, like, the freedom and flexibility to do whatever I want. That said, I would not replay that. I would just play it once and have a good time and done. You know. And I would say the same of the original game, especially because, you know, you only have one save file in the original games because, you know, that's how Pokemon games are. They're just like that. Honestly, it's probably a miracle if you can have, like, you know, I'm sure on the new ones you can have as many save files as you have accounts, right? I hope it's that way, because that's how all Switch games are, but, like, that's not how Pokemon games have been forever. You know, they've been more like Animal Crossings, where you have one town per console, or whatever. And fuck you if you want a second one. Pay more. Buy a second version. Kind of a bum deal, honestly. But you know, hey, it is what it is. And honestly, that one playthrough is more than enough for me now. Honestly, I might have enjoyed a second playthrough as a kid, but like since it was like a premium thing to do that the whole time, I never had the chance. Never like felt it worthwhile to buy like a third version of a game. Never felt it was worthwhile to buy a remake, and just stuck with the mainline entries, and I'm pretty much happy with that. I'm pretty much happy just like staying the course, honestly. By the way, if you want like I think like we're gonna go up and beat his ass right now, beat that motherfucker's ass. But like plan wise, I think we should do moles last. Moles is the most tedious part, the most tedious check in this, because you have to fight each of the moles individually. So if we do the moles, that means that really something has gone wrong, and there's no other option. Really, we should go back to Chapter 3 and check Chapter 3's checks before we do moles. Because if the key is on moles, that's like a worst case scenario, 1. And 2, like, the door is in Toad Town. We would have to, you know, it's not that far from the, that's nothing. Is there anything else here in the cloud top? Just the item in cloud, and then, yeah, we beat the cloudy. We beat Huff and Puff. Let's go do that. Here we go. Boss number 6. Penultimate chapter. Yeah, this is the 6th chapter boss, and also the 6th one that we are doing. Nice, good. Here, you always want to Spiny Surge in between and just do 1 damage so that he only has 1 little minion to bother you. And also, he sucks them all up and restores his health based on how many there are, so there's really no point in doing extra damage. I'm looking forward to Wind and Wave. I'm quite curious, and I hope that I hope that this is a good showing for them. You know, they've had some problems in recent years, and some games that really didn't meet people's expectations, I guess. But I've really enjoyed them personally the whole time, despite themselves, despite their issues. Though I'll say, like, you know, the people complaining probably play more of it than I do, and you know, it is what it is. I wouldn't say it's a forever game for me. Pokemon is a game I play once and, you know, done with. You know, probably I'll play it this year. I'll have a good time, and I'll never touch Wind or Wave again. I wonder which one I'll get. I like Wind Waker. I like Wind Waker. You'd think Wind Waker would be under Wave, actually, because, you know, Wave, Ocean. But, you know, name-wise, it's under Wind. Go figure. That's not interesting. Oh, I think we have enough to change members, and then can Sushi do this with a squirt? We're gonna have to have a really good squirt here to do it. Yeah, that was a good squirt. Honestly, anywhere in that, like, that final range would have done the trick. Excellent, good, perfect, lovely. That's enough game news. I think that's the last game news story that I have in my cards. Let's see what the next one says on the next topic of conversation to talk about. Follow up on the threat of vibe coding. That's right. I kind of talked about vibe coding a week or 2 ago. So we're talking about, like, how, you know, it kind of sounds like it is capable of some pretty astonishing things, right? Like, I was hearing people say that they were coding, like, small-scale apps, right? Like, basically doing little boutique stuff, the kind of stuff you would pay $5 to $10 on the App Store for, like a custom note-tracking app or a custom daily planner or whatever you want, in that sort of, like, low barrier to entry, simplistic kind of niche app. And I was kind of getting concerned with that, just thinking, like, okay, well, shit. first off, like, you know, I'm a software engineer. That's my day job. And, like, I do have to worry about the future of my profession. You know, I have to worry, like, wait, am I gonna have a job in 10 years? And also, I gotta worry, like, okay, like, I even said then during that stream where I was talking about, like, how far along it seems to have come and, like, how much people are using it out there. I did say at the time, like, Vine item. Oh, yeah, there's a Vine item here. Let me make sure that I get this before we, leave. I did say at the time that my feeling is... I think I must have gotten the Vine item. I think we're good. My feeling is the main... What I would describe as, like, my biggest concern with programming right now, with software stuff in general, is, like, maintainability. And the fact is, vibe-coded stuff where, you know... The fact is, like, one of the biggest problems with working on applications at scale on teams where people are changing over the years, people retire, people quit, people are fired, etc. You know, whole teams are given layoffs. You know, they suddenly decide, like, oh, we don't need anyone in America anymore. Stuff like that does happen. And, you know, at the end of my last job, I was the last... I was the last person in the United States on my team, I was the last man standing as far as that was concerned, you know? It wasn't good, you know? These sorts of things, when there's turnover, right? There is a certain amount of institutional knowledge that is lost because, frankly, no one out there, including myself, is really documenting things as much as we should for other people's usage, you know? Like documentation, comments even, all that stuff is pretty bare bones, and no one has time in between their various stories and sprints and all that, and all that to, like, go back and create, like, a really elaborate document detailing, like, everything that you have to do any sort of thing. And this is the case, you know, I won't say, like, anything about my current workplace in specific. I'll try to be not too specific here, but I'll say this has been my experience, like, wherever I've, so far in my professional career. And also, I'm pretty sure, like, I would be surprised if it was different anywhere else. I'd be surprised if anyone was like, oh no, we always make sure that we're 100% commenting everything, that, like, every CP is, like, has full, every, like, I'm revealing, like, some, but the first place that I worked, pull requests were called change packages, so I kind of instinctively used the word CP rather than, PR for, those. Every PR, like, has, like, detailed, like, notes and all that. Has, like, a detailed explanation of what they're changing rather than just, like, fixing the thing. And that's it. You know? Already, like, if you want to know, like, how something works or why something is, you have to find the guy who did it and ask, like, hey, please explain it to me. You know, it's a very oral tradition. It's a very much an industry full of oral tradition, basically. And the fact that AI is coming in here and introducing you know, code that no one understands how it works is a serious, real concern that probably isn't going to go super well, honestly. And furthermore, I'll say, and this is the follow-up, I have now seen a lot of talk, a lot of hubbub. We'll just go counterclockwise, I guess, for these sequences. It doesn't really matter which one we do first. We have to find the key, no matter where it is, the key for Chapter 3. I guess maybe if we had been able to avoid this little fight, it would have been good. But honestly, I'll just do a Spiny Surge, and then we'll do a Star Storm, and it'll be great. It'll be good. Nope, that did not do enough damage for a Star Storm to take care of it. I should have swapped in for Bomb for Bombette. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. We got it next turn. Anyway, furthermore, I've seen a lot of talk last few days. Thought you said it was a short game. It is. We're getting there. We're almost done. We're honestly almost done. We're probably on pace to finish around 5.5 hours. Maybe less. Maybe you're like 5, 6 max. I said 5 to 6 hours. And we're right in that ballpark, honestly. Another Starstorm is fine. Yeah, let's do another Starstorm. This is definitely, we are making good time. I would say this is good time. 4.5 hours, not bad. There's 3 checks over here, so we'll see if they have a key. And maybe if we're lucky, they'll have 2 keys. There's a hidden block by the string and a hidden block above brick. Are either of them in the maze, or should I just, like, finish the maze immediately? Not 100% sure. Hidden block by the spring. I think, you know what? Just go. And I think it'll be obvious. Like, I think they're all outside the maze. Here's the thing that I've heard recently regarding vibe coding. Oh, that's not it. It's a different block. Okay. Block above the brick block. Above the brick... Different... This one? Must be a different brick block. Because I can't break that one, I can't go above it. Okay, she has nothing for us. Let me mark her off. I'm not even going to trade for the coin. I don't need it, I don't want it. Only 1 more week. Yes, 1 more week and change. A little bit more than a week because it'll be on Monday, a week from now, until Mario Maker viewer levels comes back. That is very true. I hope y'all are looking forward to that. Well, I hope y'all are looking forward to every stream that I do in general. I enjoy this. It's nice for a change of pace. And, you know, it's fun to me. Where the hell is the brick block? There's 2 checks in this. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's in the previous room. The previous room has the checks, and I think we did them. Okay. Duh. It's not the maze room. It's the, Right. There's, this. There's above the brick block right there. And there's also, the other block. Okay, which we got. Continue circling around. Let's continue knocking these out. Let's hope for the keys. Once we get the keys, we're in go mode. And we'll just... No more checks, no more nothing. I mean, I think we have checked like 90% of the locations in the game, for what it's worth, so we did have to check like most everywhere, but, what do you got for me? She has 2 things. She could have both keys. She did not have both keys. Top viewers, that's a new... Well, I don't know that's a new one, but I'm gonna ban you nonetheless. Thank you for your interest, for your spam message, but I do not like to allow spam messages on this here channel. They're not good. Make sure that I got all the hanging things. Make sure that I got all the hanging things. Anyway, here's the thing that's going on with vibe coding as far as, like, there's been a major impact of vibe coding, and it doesn't have to do with industrial size, with, like, big real software productions. Honestly, the more I look into that, the more I hear about it, the more it sounds like vibe coding is like, okay for, like, small shit, but for, like, big real shit, it's not good enough. And what's more, in the world of open source and such, it has had a tremendous negative effect insofar as, like, there's stuff like bug bounties, you know? Basically, bug bounties are dead because too many people now just can take an AI and throw an AI at the problem and just be like, find me a bug in this open source application. And, you know, they're basically generating gibberish, nonsense bugs that the people who actually have to review the shit look at and go like, okay, this is nothing, this is no good. It's just basically creating a deluge of spam that like open source places have to deal with, and not just insofar as like bug bounties goes, but like contributions people are doing code commits and doing pull requests that, hey, first key, let's go, or second key. We just have one more left, let's go. Folks, we are one item away from go mode. We see one more green key, and it's done. And we just have to beat one boss, and we'll be good for it. We'll be done with the randomizer as far as checking things go. It's kind of weird, kind of funny. We didn't end up getting the Quake Hammer in all the checks that we've done throughout this whole thing, but it looks like we're gonna get into go mode real quick here, and then we'll be on our way and such. Part of me was sort of wondering, sort of hoping, sort of thinking, what if the next check has it? What if it was just like bang, bang, bam, 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 you know, done? But, you know, looks like, no such luck as of yet. We still got this tree in this area to check. We still got this tree. This could be it. Oh! It is it! Folks, we are in go mode. That's it. That's all. We're getting out of here. We didn't have to do the moles. We are in go mode. We have everything we need to beat the game, which coincidentally, right now, we've already beaten like all the other chapters. So right now, as far as things to do, we just have to go back to chapter 3 and knock out Tubba Blubba. And then we'll head to the final boss rush, which will be just a boss rush. It will not be a whole endeavor. It will not be a whole thing. We skip the whole castle, and I like it that way. Oh God! When I sneeze, sometimes when I'm like a little bit allergy ridden and all that, my body just feels sore. And like my arm, and I heard the other day that God, I heard the other day, you know, I've been feeling sore recently the last few years, like when I'm particularly allergy ridden or whatever. I've been feeling sore like after sneezing like 7 times in a row or whatever. Which is how much I usually sneeze, but when it's worse when I'm allergy ridden. It's worse during allergy season, you know? I saw a video basically talking about heart attacks. Not to like, I'm not too worried about that, but I did hear that like, oh, when people get like strokes or heart attacks or whatever, apparently they feel pain in their left arm because the heart kind of doesn't have a nerve channel for pain going right to the brain. So all it can do is like jump onto the left arm's nerve channel, and as a result, it kind of ends up feeling like it's coming from the left arm rather than the heart. Which makes me wonder, like, when I feel a full body sore after like a bunch of sneezes, is that like a bunch of internal organs, like my lungs and stuff, basically going like, oh fuck, and it getting lost on the way, and me just thinking like, man, suddenly my muscles are all sore. What the fuck? I do wonder about that, and I don't know if there's anyone out there who sneezes as many times as I do. So honestly, if there are other people who sneeze as much as I do, let me know, because I don't know. I honestly don't know, and I've never known anyone who sneezes as much as I do, or even multiple times in a row on the regular, and it is starting to get painful. More painful the older I get, sometimes. And, should I be concerned? Probably. I don't know what the fuck I would do about it, though. I guess solve my fucking allergies. I guess that's the only thing I can do. As far as, like, if I want to sneeze less, I gotta be less allergic. What am I doing? I don't need this. I can just go through the damn door. Not thinking. I'm in go mode. Remember, go mode. Don't let the sneezes Couldn't let the sneezes distract me from the lovely go mode I just reached. Ah. Anyway, sounds like vibe coding. I was talking about vibe coding before the go mode hit. Sounds like vibe coding has had a real negative effect as far as like the open source community goes. People contributing using AI, creating like a bunch of work for actual reviewers, and also people like, you know, making the idea of a bug bounty irrelevant, since like people are generating and clogging up the feeds with useless submissions that end up going nowhere and helping nothing. It is, I think, a real serious problem that like those things are, you know, going away, or otherwise like not as viable as they once was. They're having to lock down basically and be like, okay, open source projects are now for reviewed people only. You know, you can't just hop in on one and contribute a change willy-nilly anymore. You gotta be vetted. They gotta know that you're not just going to spam the system. And that just seems like a real breakdown of, you know, previously established, like, systems of collaboration that have created some of the best, you know, some of the best software, some of the best infrastructure that currently exists online in tech. You know, a lot of open source shit is very useful and provides services that, you know, the free market could not, has not, will not. And, will AI be able to pick up the slack? We'll see, I guess, but, like, you know, they are laying ruin unintentionally, maybe, to a very important sector of all this, of this shit. And that really concerns the hell out of me, you know. I feel like that's scary. That's scary. You know, I kind of right now think that, like, it's not going to be a big threat for, like, big companies or projects that are, like, you know, high in complexity. You know, stuff that takes, like, multiple teams, or even just, like, a single really large team. That stuff is not going to be automated away anytime soon, at least this year. I'll say that much, maybe. You know, maybe that's, you know, maybe that's optimistic thinking. But, like, still, even if, like, the immediate threat of, like, full layoffs for everyone is not there, there are still consequences and impacts of all this AI stuff taking over everything. Oh, cool, we can totally one-turn this. Let's go, 2-turns this, but, you know, no super attack from, this motherfucker. One more boss fight, really. This guy's just gotta go upstairs and, do a thing. I got some more cards, maybe 1 or 2 more. Oh yeah, here's the tariffs card I mentioned earlier. Tariffs have been ruled illegal. Good, finally. Basic. Obviously. It is worth noting that the Constitution is very clear on this. It says Congress does tariffs, not the president. And, well, the Supreme Court, even as Republican as it is, had no choice but to do a 6-3 on that. 6-3 decision. And, yeah, it's unclear where we go from there, where we go from here, whether, like, everything has to be refunded, or if it's, you know, it's unclear to me, like, how this goes, right? Like, if I was, well, I wouldn't be Donald Trump for a lot of reasons, but, like, if I was on his side, like, I would, you know, it seems like he's trying to do more tariffs, even though he just got told, you can't do tariffs, it's illegal, it's unconstitutional, and, like, everyone's suing you to get their tariff money back. They're gonna get their tariff money back now, and, even if they already raised prices to compensate for tariffs, which, you know, personally, here's my thought on that. Here's my thought on all the tariff stuff. We're now all star spirits, let's go. We can go finish the randomizer now. Woo. Here's my thought on the tariffs. He can do it for 100. Can he really do it for 150 days? But he already did it for a year. So I don't think he can do it again. Can he just do 150 days and then just say like, oh, I'm doing it for another 150 days? That would be a real fucking big exploit if he can. But like, you know, I think it is now time for everyone to start getting refunds. And if you ask me, considering that prices have already gone up to compensate for tariffs, like, I feel like the fair thing to do would be to do it as a stimmy. You know, do it as like a refund to the consumer, to the American taxpayer. Everyone should get like $1,000 basically, which I hear is what they said, like what tariffs have cost every American household on average. Like every American household has been impacted about around to the effect of $1,000. So, you know, I think it would make a lot of sense to just refund that $1,000 for every American citizen. It would be a real big win insofar as like, you know, honestly, Donald Trump could say tomorrow like, oh, I'm giving it back to the people. And, you know, considering that the people have already largely paid for it, it wouldn't be like free money for us, but at least would be like a make good for all the chaos that has happened over the last year. Yes, the sign just says right there, to open this path you need 7 chapter clears and 7 star spirits, which we now have. Wonderful. But probably just everyone who did the shipping will get their money back and prices will stay up because fuck you. Folks, we are done. We already passed go mode. We beat the last boss that we needed to do in go mode real damn quickly. And now we are heading towards the finale. And this will be a quick thing, you know. We just have to spin through here. The Bowser's castle is like abbreviated. So it's basically a boss rush gauntlet at the very end. Hey, let's check what this store has. Coincidentally, this last store in the game. Let me see. Does it have no, I never got goddamn the Quake Hammer, this randomizer. That's odd that never came up when we checked like nearly every location in the game, but whatever. I think there's like maybe a dozen locations we didn't check. I guess both Quake Hammers were behind those. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There were maybe a dozen locations we didn't check. And, you know, I'm glad to have not checked them. It feels good. Oh, we got this star thing. And, we're now just going to go beat a couple of bosses. And then we'll be done. A couple of bosses, and then we're done. So, we're coming up on the end here. We're almost done. And I do have, like, 1 or 2 more cards, so I can totally just, like, pop them up and do it. Star Heaven is cool. You're in and out really quick, though, even in the original game. It's just so fast. But, you know, I think this game has just the right amount of content anyway, so I wouldn't, ask for more anyhow. I feel like it's, just right. And just being a cool area, and just a cool area really quick, is good on its own. Can we, will Power Bomb plus a Star Spirit do the trick? No. I'm going to need one more AoE attack. Dang. If I had gotten a Quake Hammer, I could have done it, but Star Storm into, I don't know what we'll do otherwise. We'll have to do the trick. I think I still do have a couple of cards, so let's try to get through them real fast while we're going through these last couple of bosses. Actually, no, I just have 1 card. Okay, cool. My eyes are dry, and I'm very tired. Plus allergies. Yeah, I'll say. I feel like I've kind of already covered it over the course of the stream, just like, you know, as I've sneezed, as I've said things, but I don't know. I feel like I've been increasingly fatigued, increasingly allergy-ridden, and increasingly like dry-eyed this season. You know, last year, around maybe 8 months ago, last May, I got LASIK, and my eyes are still a little bit more sensitive to that shit than they were like before I got the tops of my eyes burned off, you know, and they healed. So now, like, I literally had a case like the other day where I was did I equip Spike Shield? I don't remember. I literally had a case where I woke up and my eye was just like, I couldn't stop, like, oh crap. I couldn't stop, like, blinking. Just was tearing up just from, like, dry eye overnight. And I feel like now that I've gotten the LASIK, right, I feel like allergies and sickness both now have a new symptom they can throw at me insofar as, like, yeah, no, when I'm particularly dried out from, you know, maybe taking some Benadryl the night before, maybe just from the allergies themselves. Now my eyes get dry, and that can be really shitty. I'll say, like, I, you know, just worked from home that day after they cleared up, after they stopped tearing up and shit. So it wasn't really a big deal or nothing, but shit, man, you know, it's kind of frustrating just to know that I have a new symptom now that I can get, and, like, you know, if it ends up being serious. By the way, hey, that lightning that just happened, that's the source of the lightning that happens during the lightning round during viewer levels. I captured that and went frame by frame and cut it out and made it into a GIF that plays every time the lightning round starts during Mario Maker viewer levels. That's just a bit of an aside there, and it was kind of too late because the lightning was basically gone while I was talking about fucking allergies. But whatever. Hey, that's a statement right there. That's true. The lightning round is based on that, sourced from that, I guess I would say. I hope Nintendo doesn't mind. I'm sure they're cool with whatever. And they'll never know, and they'll never care, and they're cool with whatever. They're a very cool company, and also I'm streaming Mario games, so, like, I'm literally playing, it literally plays while I'm playing a Mario game, so it should be cool and whatever. Anyway, yeah. I saw a video on YouTube basically saying, like, everyone is feeling more fatigued than ever these days. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I mean, I will concede and I will say that, like, yeah, probably a lot of the algorithms out there, a lot of the systems are very much built to support, like, a sleepless lifestyle. Just definitely built to encourage just, like, watch 5 YouTube videos before bed. I am definitely guilty of that. I definitely do that all the time. And, you know, I said recently I need to start, like, watching anime instead so I can just, like, watch one episode of an anime, 20 minutes, and done, and feel satisfied, and not instead watch one 10-minute video, and then a second 10-minute video, and then a third 10-minute video, and then a fourth 5-minute video, and then, ooh, there's a 15-minute video that looks really good, and suddenly you've been up an extra hour. I'm still occasionally doing that, and I still feel pretty bad that that's, robbing me of sleep, and, you know, I'll say, like, to a certain degree, I've always done that. You know, growing up, I was not a big sleeper, even before social networks were really the thing. I was on AIM Instant Message, chatting all night, as you do. I was on web forums, doing Mafia and you know, saying dumb shit about Donkey Kong. I was definitely, like, I never had a good sleep schedule growing up, to be fair, to be clear. Like, at the very least, I can say now, I have somehow gotten good enough where whenever I am driving in it to work in the morning, I am not just, like, drifting off a little bit and going like, oh god, I gotta pay, okay. You know, I have heard since that, like, being that sort of sleep deprived is basically the equivalent of, like, being like, intoxicated, essentially. And I believe that, you know, I've definitely been, like, in a state where it's just, like, I can barely keep, you know, driving straight, you know, as a kid or whatever, you know, driving to college in the morning. I commuted to college every day in the morning, and sometimes in the afternoon, depending on like night classes versus day classes. I guess maybe that was part of it as well, some amount of instability in schedule and all that, but there were definitely some days where I was not safe to be on the road, and you know, I'll say, like, now that I am adult and I survived all that time, I'll say, like, one thing I never want to do is ever get on the road while in such a state, you know? If ever that I do end up in that state, I will call sick. I will work from home before I, you know, endanger myself. Like, getting to school on time and sleeping through a class is not worth risking your life. And kids, please, you should also know this. Getting to school on time is not worth your life. It's not worth risking your life. Please. Only go if you're in the right state of mind, if you've had enough sleep, if you're not terribly, terribly sleep deprived. Or otherwise, if you can, you know, not drive yourself or something. I guess kids won't be driving themselves for too much longer if, like, self-driving is really all that, you know, I honestly don't really believe self-driving is really anywhere near close to getting there. And I do believe there are still a number of obstacles that basically mean that you need, like, AGI before, like, self-driving will be fully perfect, you know what I mean? Fully capable of understanding the world and avoiding pedestrians and understanding, like, oh, in this parking lot, you need a gold pass to park in the gold parking spaces. Or that parking spot is reserved for the president. Am I the president's car? If not, don't use that space. You know, there's a lot of stuff that, like, I don't think AI has... I don't think that self-driving has gotten to that point yet. And I don't think that it will before, like, the cars are just capable of, understanding everything. But, whatever. Oh, I don't know how... Wait, we do have a lot of ultra shrooms. I will have to probably maybe take use of those. We'll see how this goes. This guy does do a ton of damage. I do wish that we all could get more sleep at night, and I do feel like I really need to. And as I get older and older, you know, less sleep just cuts it less and less. But I will also say, I definitely do find myself driving a lot safer. And you know, that probably means that I probably have worse sleep habits in college and high school and all that, for what it's worth. Maybe the melatonin helps. Maybe the melatonin helps. I take the supplements now before bed every night. And I take 2 of them, you know, like a melatonin and a magnesium. I don't know if they do anything. Really, honestly, they could be bubkiss, but I don't know. I feel like they help. And if that's enough, you know, that literally sometimes is enough. I feel like when I take them, I don't, like, fall asleep instantly. It's not like that. But what it is like is when I do sleep, I feel like the sleep is more sound. On average. I don't know. I feel like it's more average. I don't know. Let's do this. We're on the final boss. This is it. We've discussed everything that I wanted to talk about off-topic-wise and managed to do it in exactly the time this randomizer took. And, yes, it took just a little bit over 5 hours, which was exactly on estimate. Like I said, I know how long this randomizer takes. It pretty much takes 5 hours. Maybe 6 if you have, like, the worst luck ever, but honestly, we were checking, like, pretty much every location. So, like, our luck was not, like, amazing. That said, we did have luck such that we were able to always have the next area fully completable at a certain point. We had a real good hot streak where we were not having to backtrack a lot to, get more checks and, such and so forth. Yeah, I think this went pretty well. I think this went pretty well as these things go. A medium slow start followed by a pretty fast middle into a reasonably good end. I cannot complain, and you know, what can I say? I enjoyed it. I do wonder as you know, as Brown Diddley pointed out, most combat is skipped, and combat in Paper Mario series is one of its strengths, you know. The combat is fun. I just feel like in a randomizer, generally, I want to skip like every encounter I can. I want to run around every enemy that I can. And that's the case even in non-RPGs, like in Zelda's even. Jesus Christ, this guy is just healing all the damage we're doing. I like D-down jump just for the consistency. But I'll admit that maybe a Mega Rush strategy would be faster on average. Just this is how I like to approach this boss. And you know, we're doing 12 plus 5. We're doing 17 damage every turn. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. If we had gotten P up, D down, which is another item we didn't find out there in the world, if we had gotten that one, we could have been doing 19 damage a turn, which would be more. But, whatever. I will, you know, we'll do some last thoughts here before we leave. And mostly they're going to be about the tracker and using that for the first time, you know, rather than just like, you know, raw dogging it, which I have been doing since like time immemorial, since the first time I played it. This randomizer. To spoil the last thoughts a little bit as I finish this last boss, I do think it's better to use a tracker. I do recommend using this tracker, the one on Emo Tracker and all that. Ooh, let's push for it. Let's push for the kill. I think we can do it. And like, if he does anything other than heal, we can kill him next turn. I think Watt is the best choice for partner damage, by the way, during this whole thing. 5 free, FP free, pretty much action command free damage per turn. That's just clean and efficient, and we're done. And that is... we'll do time when you get the Star Rod, when the Star Rod jumps into my fucking hand. Time. The time is 5 hours, 4 minutes, and 54 seconds. Nice. We've taken back the Star Rod. The randomizer is over. Final thoughts here. Playing it again for the first time in a while. Playing it with slightly different settings than I've done recently. I'll say I've done this randomizer enough times that I basically know it like the back of my hand. But this time I used the tracker, and as such, allowed myself to turn on a few more extra sanities that I previously didn't. Like, you know, when they started adding a bunch more trees and stuff to, like, bush coins and tree coins, I started, like, turning that off because, you know, raw dogging it and just doing it the same way that I did it for years, it turned out that there were a number of trees that I didn't know about, and, you know, that caused some consternation, some inconvenience because I wasn't fucking tracking my shit properly. So, I'll say, like, heads up, it's better to track your shit properly, and, you know, the only reason I didn't the first time I did it because it was my first randomizer. I didn't know about trackers, about map trackers the first time I did it, but, now that I do know, every randomizer I play for the first time, I use with a tracker extensively, and I would highly recommend it. Again, tracker kind of looks like this. Gives you all the locations that you can check, all the places you can go, and it's just dead handy for figuring out where to go next. And yeah, I mean, I'll say, like, it was dead handy for knowing where to go next. I didn't have to rely on memory, nor did I have to figure out, like, just on my own where to go next. I could just look at the tracker and see, like, oh, shit, this world has all its checks ready for it. I could literally see which world had more checks, materially, rather than just, like, you know, just, like, back of the napkin math and going, like, okay, I think there's a bunch over there. I think there's more over there. No, I could actually know, and that was way more convenient, and I think led to a more efficient randomizer and a better progression and just honestly, there was that, and also we got really good luck. You know, at a certain point, there was a real good hot streak where we were just going to areas and we had everything we needed to do everything, and that was just so convenient, so good. And we could just finish one chapter and go to the next chapter, you know, not in the set order, not in the regular order, and, you know, finish it basically for free and get the random items randomly to let me finish the next chapter and get everything in the next chapter that we went to, and that was just lovely good. This was a really good seed. This was a really good randomizer, and I think this was a quality one. Definitely a quality one. Definitely real good crap. Definitely real good shit, and had a great time. Doing panel sanity again for the first time in a while. I do think it is correct and good if you're doing panel sanity to start with the super boots. That was the correct call. That meant that we didn't have to do any backtracking for panel's sake. But I will say I was surprised like how many panels are actually really hard to spot, even with the thing that makes them easier to spot. Like, there were a bunch where I was just like, oh, actually it turns out I don't know where this is. It was not as obvious as I thought it was. Only the obvious ones were, which I guess makes sense. Like, hey, no, obviously the obvious ones are the ones that you see that they have made really obvious, and some are just still have a tendency to blend in. It is what it is, and something to consider before you do panel sanity. But I think I always do appreciate doing more checks wherever I go. And having more sanities, having more items in play, having shops in play, I just like it. And so long as you start with like 500 coins or so, you're always going to have enough to pay for whatever shop sanity items you need, generally, in my experience. Anything else as far as like, I will say there are like the there's some other sanities and stuff that I never do, that I've never done, like the letter chain. There is such a thing where there's such settings where like every letter is an individual check, like turning them into like Goompapa or you know, Musty or whatever. I don't really like those because there's so many of them, and I don't quite when I was raw dogging it, you know, it would be impossible to keep track of. But I will say, randomizer wise in the tracker, you can just sort of like put in there like standard letters. Every time you get a standard letter, just like mark them off and say like, oh, that's the letter to Colorado. Okay, I'll mark that off, and I'll hit it with a check when I actually do the turn in, you know, or maybe like when you do the turn in, it'll actually like mark it off for you on the thing, on the tracker. And with the tracker, honestly, these side quests become a lot more viable to mix in. Honestly, next time I do like a 4-star spirit or like a 3-star spirit, maybe it would be cool to try mixing in the trading event Toad and the standard and the letters and the letter chain and the Koopa Koot. I have no idea, honestly, what the fuck is involved with Koopa Koot. What the hell is involved with Koopa Koot? There's like, hang on, I'm looking at the tracker here. This is a part that you can't see, by the way. I do not have this set up to be captured. But there's like 7, let's see, 8, 16, 19 items with Koopa Koot? What the hell is that? How involved is that side quest? What do you do with Koopa Koot and all that? I don't know about that. I would hesitate to include those, but I will say I would maybe consider doing like a 3-star spirit eventually, maybe on stream, where I add in all the extra stuff that I've never done before. I think with the tracker, at least it would at least be like viable and doable, and I wouldn't I'd be able to see like where I had to go and what more there is to it. Yeah. I love this randomizer. I love my setup. I know, like, you know, it does result in a lot of just like charging around, avoiding battles, but you know, I like to do that, and even if you were doing it casually, you would be mostly trying, even without like full stats and bump attack, you would still be trying to avoid battles as much as possible, so as to finish in like 5 hours or less, I guess, if you're like a really good speedrunner who's very efficient with this game. You know, very fast and good and capable and all that. I think that I like my settings and I would defend them. I will admit that on some level I do feel a little bit of like I do feel like I could be more brave. I could be more brave. It could be more of a challenge. It is definitely not as much of a challenge as it could be. But if I enjoy it, well, what the hell, right? I enjoy it, and that's that. And yeah, woo. The credits are just about over. They're about to get to the house and look at the stars forever and ever and ever and ever. That's great and good. And I think those are my last thoughts. Look at that. Final fireworks there. Our green Luigi Mario is enjoying a very good bit of ending. Yes, lovely. There's one more thing we have to do before we end here tonight, which is tally it all up. We got the running total for the whole set of randomizers. And my god, if it isn't just like staying near the hour mark this whole time. What am I doing? I'm grab my remote to change inputs, but I actually just need to click on OBS because I'm still on my computer. Okay, let's do this. Let me edit this. So, Paper Mario. Final time, 5 hours, 4 minutes, 54 seconds. For a full-length randomizer, about as long as you could do without putting in, like, the extra stuff, without putting in, like, the extra checks and all that, I think 5 hours is a pretty good time. And honestly, it's what I like to aim for a randomizer in general. 5, 6, 7 hours is about right for a single session randomizer. I feel pretty good about that, but what does it add up to? Let's do some math here. 1 second, do I have, I don't have the website that just adds it up for me, so I'll just do it manually. How about? I'll just do it with my own intelligent head. Okay, what's 8 plus 54? That, is 62. So that means we're now 2, and this goes to 58. And we add 4 to that, and if I'm not mistaken, that takes us to 02, and we add 1 here, and then we add 5, so we're at 46 hours, 2 minutes, and 2 seconds. Lovely. Okay, there's where we're at so far. I think that was a pretty good time for all 7 star spirits. I think I've had ones go to 6 hours, and I think I've had ones go to 7. Maybe the tracking helped a lot for the sake of efficiency, you know, and all the time that we lost, like stopping in place to look at the tracker and let y'all look at the tracker while I do it. I think we gained in just like going to the right areas first, and it just so happened that those areas were the right areas to go to, in addition to being the correct choices in the moment. That's great. That's great. Okay, so Link to the Past plus Super Metroid is next, and I'll say, for what it's worth, I'm a little bit concerned about that one. You know, like Skyward Sword went 14 hours. That was the first one to go up, and I am worried. I am curious. I am thinking Link to the Past plus Super Metroid might be in that ballpark. I will say the setup for that is 3 crystals and 3 Super Metroid bosses, but also we don't start with anything. We don't start with health tanks. We don't start with health. We don't start with sword. We don't start with armor. Though I did make it so that the sword will be in its default location. So we will basically start with a sword, but what I'm saying is, I will have to be really good at both of these video games and perhaps even beat some bosses with a low amount of energy tanks, like I had to do Fantoon last time on 2 plus a reserve tank. That was nasty, but I got through it. I might have to pull off some similar miracles this weekend, and also it might just go long because it's 2 randomizers in one, and uh, I'm curious how that's all going to go. Um, Let me show the schedule here. That's right, this Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Central. First time, Link to the Past plus Super Metroid combo randomizer. Look forward to that. That's going to be one for the books, one for the ages, and also one that I suspect I might only do once. I kind of bet I'll only do that one once just because I bet it's going to be like 10, 14 hours. I bet it's going to take multiple streams. It's going to be really hard. And also, like, I'll admit that those are not the, I'm more partial to Fusion and Minish Cap and all that, which is why they were some of the first that I did randomizer rise rather than Link to the Past and Super Metroid, which I only did randomizers of in the last couple months to prepare for this coming this coming Friday. Here's the visual form of the calendar. Next Friday will be DK64 Randomizer, and that'll be 1 golden banana for each hour spent on the previous randos. We're at like what are we at right now again? That's we're currently at 46 golden bananas. It's a good possibility we might add another 14, bringing us up to an even 60. Imagine if it was 64. Imagine if we got up to an even 64. That would be a very lucky number to get to, but also that would mean like 18 hours of Link to the Past plus Super Metroid. Ooh. I hope we are not so unlucky. I hope that goes cleaner, and we only have to do 3 of each thing. 3 of the crystal dungeons, 3 of the Metroid bosses. So fingers crossed for like 10, 14 hours and done. Hell, if we could get it done on Sunday, I would like all the sleep that I can take. I would have a very lovely rest of the week, just like relaxing and chilling and not worrying about Link to the Past plus Super Metroid Randomizer. But yeah, basically it'll be Sunday for Link to the Past plus Super Metroid, Tuesday if we need another one, and then next Friday will be DK64 Randomizer with the previously mentioned Golden Banana stuff. Oh right, I forgot to add to this page here, but regular schedule business. Right, so Overwatch will be on March 4th. Yes, we're starting to get to the point where we have to think about plans for March because randomizer month is almost over. I'll say like we still got these potentially 3 additional streams until it's over, and that's exciting and that's fun and that's going to be good. But like next week, the week after next week, Mario Maker's going to be back on Monday. For those of y'all who like my viewer level streams that are usually on Fridays, I'll do some Mystery Heroes on Wednesday, Overwatch style. That'll be fun. And then Friday, we'll do some Eugenics on stream. And those are all games I've been playing. Well, I haven't been playing Mario Maker this month for obvious reasons, but I've been playing a bunch of Overwatch. I've been playing a bunch of Eugenics, and I would like to stream them. I think those would be fun streams. Honestly, maybe we could do more than one of each. But I have other plans for the rest of March, as you can see, and we'll see how those other plans go as they get closer. Mouse PI, Space Station Silicon Valley, Wonder DLC. We'll see how April goes as well. That's we're starting to get to the point where I need to think about the next playthrough, about what's happening in April, in May, the birthday stream in May. What's that gonna be? Am I going to have to take some time off to move in like June or July? Am I going to go to Cedar Point in like August? Probably. Yes, I think so. We'll see about all that. The month is coming to an end, but more months will follow. And yeah, that's gonna continue being a thing. I'll continue doing streams on this here channel and all that. And We're gonna have some fun. Let me see who's streaming right now. Let me see who I can send y'all to. And I'll send you somewhere right now. The Twitch people who are going. I do see I do need to do some more Metal Gear of some sort. I did see that the Metal Gear Solid 4 is coming out on the they're finally putting it on a thing that's not the PlayStation 3. I feel like Metal Gear Solid 4 could be interesting. Or maybe one of the other Metal Gears, or maybe wait for another remake. Or it could be Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't know. That's something that's on my agenda, on my mind. Resident Evil 4 is on my mind. Various RPGs are on my mind. There's a lot of games that I could play. Darksiders and Darksiders 2 are on my list. Mother 3, Chrono Trigger, Undertale, they're all on the list. They're all on the short list. Let me see who's going. Is Glower going tonight? He's a Paper Mario speedrunner, and that would be appropriate to raid. Doesn't seem to be, so that's fine. You know what? I see, let me see if anyone's doing Overwatch or Mugenics or something. I see Snowbear doing Mario Maker. Could send you that way. Don't think we'd have enough viewers to send you Dan Reichert's way. For what it's worth, that's a limitation of the rating system of his channel. So we'll send you to you know what? Will Smith is going. I don't know what exactly he's doing. Looks like some sort of golf something. I'll send you to Not That Will Smith. I can't remember the last time I rated Not That Will Smith, but I'll send you over there. That's cool and good. Okay, that's a good option that I haven't availed myself of in a bit. A good choice. All right, that works out perfectly. All right, folks. I will see you on Sunday for Link to the Past plus Super Metroid Randomizer. I am looking forward to that. I am also concerned about that. I am ready for that. Look for that on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Central. Maybe more of it next Tuesday. And DK64 will be the finale there. Imagine if we have to do 3 streams of Link to the Past plus Super Metroid Combo Randomizer. I hope that's not the case. We'll see about that. Hopefully we'll know by Sunday. Maybe we'll have to do a Monday stream as well. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what makes sense for that. How hard we need to go. But yeah, that's the schedule. Mario Maker is returning in a week and change. Overwatch will be streamed. Mugenics will be streamed. Several other streams. Look forward to a lot of stuff. Give your love to the VOD and also short form stuff, if you please. And I'll see you on Sunday. Maybe on Tuesday, definitely on Friday, and various times in the future thereafter. Take it easy. Have a good one. Good night, folks. Good night, folks. I'm hitting the raid button, and now I will hit the stop button on the stop thing. All right, later, people watching the VOD. You have a good one, too. And again, Sunday. And give your love. Well, you're already watching the VOD. Okay, Sunday. Bye.